of our staff also. This is why the adjournment was sought at 11 p.m. last night. Honourable Leader of Opposition.
I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to you and to my esteemed parliamentary colleagues. I am going to be brief today. I have acknowledged, Your Honour, your message, and it is not as veiled as you may think. We are all given to compassion in relation to people's health and wellness, so that we will not extend for as much today as we did yesterday. And so, Your Honour, I want to briefly look at labor. Although we've touched on it, I want to have some particular reflection on labor. And the Honourable Member for St. Peter is with us. And my intervention this morning in relation to labor is to ask him a few questions on behalf of people in this country who have lost jobs and who believe that the dismissal was unfair. The lawyers in here will remind you that it used to be a question of wrongful dismissal, but that the Democratic Labour Party government passed a piece of legislation, perhaps the most pro-worker legislation that has found its place onto the statute laws of this country. And it is something about which the party is proud. The party makes no apology for being consistent with its historical mandate of defending the rights, interests, and entitlements of workers in this country. That is where the Democratic Labour Party stands in relation to labor. And it is not to say that there is any distance between the party and capital, but the party recognizes that capital inheres with its own power. And so powerful is it that it often controls a party. And the people in Barbados believe that capital controls the Barbados Labour Party. And the people in Barbados believe that the labor movement, at the best of its times, has and enjoys a happy coexistence with the Democratic Labour Party. Whether the party is in opposition or government, the labor movement and labor in this country enjoys its best times when the Democratic Labour Party is in opposition, and more so when it is in government. And the manifestation and proof of that happy coexistence has been the Employment Rights Act, which has entrenched the rights of workers more than any other piece of legislation ever passed in this country. I say it succinctly. It entrenches labor within the workplace and makes it very difficult for an employer to dismiss a worker unless he can show good cause. And even on the way towards showing good cause, which he can do, there is a procedure upon which the employer must engage with the employee to prove that the dismissal has been justified. And it embraces the Ministry of Labor, which has provided personnel to mediate the dispute in the aftermath of the dismissal, so that the Democratic Labour Party government between 2008 and 18 was busy protecting the rights of workers, and it wasn't doing it. It was not doing it by lip service it came to this honorable place and passed a law called the Employment Rights Act and set up a tribunal called the Employment Rights Tribunal, because several of us used to file cases. And I remember well, we used to take the cases to St. Matthias, and before St. Matthias, we used to take them down to Theodore Walcott, now deceased, or Mr. Valton Beng, now deceased, at St. Matthias. And sometimes it used to be a long process. And sometimes you went to the High Court, which was an even longer process before the new rules. The new rules of court came into existence. The point is that the procedure was hazardous and delayed. And the great Democratic Labour Party established a system of expeditious resolution in relation to the dismissed worker. And if the worker wanted to prove that his dismissal was unjustified, and if the employer wanted to prove that the dismissal was justified, there was speedy recourse, not to the established magistrates' court, nor the established high court, but to a tribunal called the Employment Rights Tribunal. And that Employment Rights Tribunal was bequeathed to this country by the Democratic Labour Party. We regret to say today that the Employment Rights Tribunal, which is there to deal with labor disputes between employers and employees, it has stalled. It has come to a halt. Our simple question today to this government, sir. In the hearing of the Honourable Member for St. Peter, the question is a simple question. When will that Employment Rights Tribunal reopen? When will the Barbadian worker have his day in court? While this country is now experiencing an influx of external labor. I don't like the word foreign. This country is experiencing an influx of external labor, and if they want me to be more particular and precise, this country is experiencing an influx of foreign labor. And that foreign labor is protected only by its humanity. A lot of them don't have rights. They don't have access to the National Insurance Scheme. They hardly have access to decent living conditions. They're just here making a dollar. But what they are enjoying, and what the government is ensuring that they enjoy, is the right, R-I-G-H-T, to write, W-R-I-T-E, and X, at some future point. And that is something about which the people of this country must now be concerned. That the role and presence of foreign labor in this country is to give political help to the government when the time comes. And I am cautioning the Barbadian worker that not only is he losing his place in the labor market, but he may be losing his place in the polling booth. Some of these people are here to vote. And some of these people have been invited here to vote for the Barbados Labour Party government. Let the majority of Barbadians, and let the Barbadians in the labor market who are in the majority, register their disappointment and disapproval with what is happening in this country under the guise of labor, when it is really intended political participation in this system. So therefore, I ask the Honourable Member for St. Peter, sir, through you, when is he going to reopen the Employment Rights Tribunal that was opened under the Democratic Labour Party? That's my question. And that is a very simple question. And this government must understand that dismissed workers are disenfranchised because of that closure. But of course, this government does not have a very good reputation when it comes to a relationship with labor, and that is known across Barbados. Labor has associated happily and naturally with the Democratic Labour Party, and there's a reason. And that harmonious coexistence between Labour and the Democratic Labour Party stands at risk today. And the manifestation of that risk is the failure of this government to reopen the Employment Rights Tribunal. Is it deliberate? We don't know. Is it accidental? We don't know. Is it coincidental? We don't know. But we defy this government to exploit those circumstances of apathy among the dismissed worker, because when a man gets dismissed, he is likely to be politically apathetic. And while he rests in political apathy, here comes labor, imported labor from the North Caribbean, to work for cheaper wages, to work in conditions in which he is unlikely to be dismissed because he's grateful. But then you transfigure that gratitude into political activity. In other words, a lot of those workers are expected to vote for the Barbados Labour Party when the elections are shortly called. And some of the honourable members look surprised there's going to be an election around here at some point. At some point. I have an idea when it is going to be called. But I don't want to alarm them, because I'm the one that announced, I'm controller, I am the one that announced the departure of the gentleman for St. James North, the representative for St. James North. And they hustled some numbers together, took them up to Elaro Court in an emergency meeting. And some of them were terrorized. Who told him that? How that got out? Who is his friend? Who is seen whispering with him in the corridors of the parliament? Who still has WhatsApp contact with him? They were interrogated. They were. And the people of Barbados need to know this, that a personal relationship with me is hazardous. And I am going to ask them to stop talking to me. Stop talking to me in the corridors, in the lunchroom. See me and don't see me. I don't want you to lose your privileged positions on account of a relationship with me. Please, 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 please tell your Honourable Prime Minister that the information that is coming to me is not coming to me from among the 28 of you, not even you, Mr. Speaker. You are not bringing the secrets to me. And so, to come back to the workers in this country, I say to them, the dismissed workers, and those who may well suffer dismissal at some point in time, ask the honourable member for St. Peter, one of the more articulate in this government, one of the more perspicacious in this government, in spite of his junior status. So ask that honourable member when the Employment Rights Tribunal established by the Democratic Labour Party is going to be reopened. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. That is only one of the honourable member's failures. The other failure is that failure to adequately protect the rights, interests, and entitlements generally of the working population of this country. So it is a simple question directed to the honourable member for St. Peter. That will be my approach this morning. I apologize to them for having put them to bed late last night. I put them to bed. I'm sorry that the songs that I sang were not lullabies, that they were not pleasant for them to hear, but I am duty-bound to speak the truth in here. Your Honor, please permit me now to come to the Ministry of Housing. And as I've promised before, I am going to be a lot more brief than I was when I had to explain to the public of this country in detail certain things last night. Now, the Ministry of Housing I have described that as government's disaster zone. I need not repeat what I said yesterday, that more than any other ministry, the Ministry of Housing, in concert with the Ministry of Agriculture, I beg your pardon, is destroying agriculture. Those two ministries have now conspired to destroy agriculture. And we've had the unusual situation of lands going out of agricultural production to housing, and we've heard applause in the public domain by the Minister of Agriculture. That is so ironic. And that is so politically suicidal. We've never heard, normally there's a tension between the Ministry of Agriculture and the ministry that deals with planning, permissions, and the Ministry of Housing. There's normally tension, a fight. But that fight under this Barbados Labour Party government has disappeared. There's no cooperation. So when the Minister of Housing walks around this country, or rampages to be more precise, rampages across this country, converting agricultural lands into housing, and let us not say housing, into cement. Because a lot of the cement planted, it has not transfigured itself into housing. And that is not for dramatic effect. Look at Poland. Look at the place in St. Philip, to which I will draw this Parliament's attention very shortly. So two ministries have now conspired against agriculture, and one ministry has conspired to blunt the housing trust in Barbados with projects which have less to do with housing the poor and more to do with real estate deals which advantage or bring advantage to a very small population of persons. And when I say population, no more than 2 or 3 persons are benefiting from government's housing trust. Let that be heard. And not only heard, let it be understood. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Now, sometime last year, as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and I hinted at this yesterday, I made attempts to have the matter of hope investigated by that committee, and the work was closed down. That committee was closed down by a few government MPs and senators. And I say that in plain language. The Public Accounts Committee was closed by the government representatives of that committee who sit in majority numbers. That is the law. That is the state of the law. I don't understand. You set up a Public Accounts Committee as a watchdog against the government, and the framers of that legislation somehow imagine that you must still empower the government by placing majority numbers on that committee. It does not make sense. And the fact that it does not make sense was revealed by what the government members did in closing that committee down. In other words, I said, let us investigate Hope. The government members of that committee said, we shall not investigate Hope. And therefore, they closed it down. What was the point in me going back there to change their minds? If the government is adamant that they will pursue injustice on behalf of the government, who am I to stop them? Who am I to convert them? That is not my role. If the government wishes to continue to defend the interests of the 2 or 3 persons who are benefiting from the housing trust in this country, if that's the government's position, well, that is in keeping with an old tradition that this party in power defends the interests of the wealthy, traditionally and historically. And so they closed down the PAC. And I want to, having closed it down, I feel now that it is my obligation to tell the people of this country what that Public Accounts Committee would have heard. And I'm not going to spend a long time telling the people of this country what that Public Accounts Committee would have heard. I'm going to say it in a few sentences. And I'm not saying it to my colleagues who may or may not know, those who are not connected to the Ministry of Housing. I'm saying it to the public of Barbados. I don't come here to speak to these handsome, these attractive people who sit in government. I see them, but I'm addressing the people of Barbados. There's the odd distraction, but I am addressing the people of Barbados today as to what that Public Accounts Committee was going to hear, what I intended to have revealed in a public place about this government's activity in relation to housing, in relation to hope. Permit me, sir. But before I embark on that expedition, let me now say to my colleagues in here, my parliamentary colleagues, and extend the message to the people of Barbados that I must tell a story written by Shakespeare many years ago. That there was a man called Julius Caesar. And Julius Caesar was at the head of that government. And that some of the senators in that government, in Julius Caesar's government, felt that he was becoming too powerful. And some of them said, well, look, this man is becoming too powerful at the expense of Rome. That he was becoming, well, the word that Owen Arthur used, Professor Owen Arthur used, was despot, dictator. There are many words you can use. Emperor, despot, dictator, emperor. Choose your words, members. You live in the experience, you live in the shadow of the leader. So it is for you to say what is your peculiar and particular political experience. Having no power yourselves, having no power to make critical decisions within your ministries, you better than the average Barbadian understands what is dictatorship. But let us not digress. Let us remind what happened to Julius Caesar. Some of the senators conspired to kill him. And they succeeded in killing him. And we call them factions. And the faction that conspired to kill Julius Caesar was led by Marcus Brutus. And Marcus Brutus was the one most beloved by Caesar, so that when Caesar saw the sword, Brutus's sword, piercing his skin and entering his body, Caesar looked back in disbelief and said, and you, Brute? You too, Brute? You too, Brutus? And they say that it is the disappointment that killed Caesar more than the stab itself from Brutus. It was the disappointment associated with seeing Brutus stab him. But let us not prolong the issue. And so after Caesar was killed, in the aftermath of his death, the two factions formed themselves and engaged in war to determine who would govern Rome, because Caesar was now absent. And as I've said, Your Honor, one of those factions was led by Marcus Brutus. The other faction was led by Mark Antony. And Mark Antony loved Caesar as much as Caesar loved Brutus. How ironic. And so Mark Antony gathered his troops in preparation for battle against Marcus Brutus and his troops. And while Mark Antony sat, he sat with a triumvirate. Now, I reminded the people of this country yesterday that this government is run by a duumvirate. Two powerful people, the Honourable Prime Minister and a gentleman who sits in the Senate. His name is Dr. Jerome Walcott. He has more power than any of you in this parliament this morning. He forms that duumvirate, that association of power between two persons. But Mark Antony sat with a triumvirate. And it was Mark Antony, Octavius, and a gentleman called Lepidus. And they sat and determined who belonged to their faction and who was beyond their faction. And who they thought was beyond their faction, they said, look, we are going to kill them. Anybody who is not with us is against us. And all that are against us, we are going to kill them. And so that triumvirate sat, Mark Antony, Octavius, and Lepidus. and they're making black marks. They have a list of names. And they're saying, so every time you think a man should be killed, you put a black mark against his name. And here's Mark Antony, this one must die. And here's Octavius, oh, and this one must die. And here's Lepidus, oh, this one must die. And after that occurs, after that process is completed, Lepidus leaves the room. And you're going to find out who Lepidus was in relation to that triumvirate. And that triumvirate really was like this government. It became a duumvirate. The duumvirate in this government, that power twosome is the Honourable Prime Minister and Dr. Walcott. So that the triumvirate transfigured itself into a duumvirate, just like this government. And Anthony and Anthony and Octavius proceeded to have a conversation. And there was a quarrel. And one asked the other, but how could you let this man be a part of this triumvirate of power? In Bajan parlance, he's nobody. And Anthony responded and said precisely what he thought of Lepidus. And he said, Your Honor, after Octavius complained, but this man is nobody, how you have him in here performing an important function of deciding who we are going to kill? And here is what Anthony said to Octavius. I have seen more days than you, and though we lay these honors on this man to ease ourselves of diverse slanderous loads, he shall bear them as the ass bears gold, to groan and sweat under the business, either led or driven as we point the way, and having brought our treasure, where we will then take down his load and turn him off, like to the empty ass, to graze, to shake his ears, and graze in commons. Commons is the open pasture. And so Anthony was telling Octavius, don't mind him. Do not be concerned that I allowed him to perform an important function. He's nobody. He has borne that responsibility in the sense that the ass bears gold on his back. He carries it from one place to another. You take it off his back and you send him off to graze in commons and to shake his ears. In relation to housing, the housing trust in this country, let him quarrel, don't answer him. In relation to housing in this country, I suggest to Barbadians that there has been a triumvirate of power and responsibility. And that there has been a Mark Antony who enjoys ultimate power, together with the other member of that duumvirate, Octavius, and there's Lepidus. And having told that story, this government and the people of this country will now have an idea as to who is Lepidus in this housing arrangement. Who has real power? With whom does he or she join in that power? And who believes that who is it that believes that he is a part of that triumvirate of power when it is really a duumvirate? And he discovers at some point, and I hope he has discovered by now, that he does not belong to that power elite. And that is why I used the phrase that I used last year. That all these statements that are being made in relation to housing, these boasts, oh, we're going to build 10,000 houses in 5 minutes. And that is why I made a comparison with the good book. I accused him of being the voice of Jacob, except that the people of this country now wish to know whose hands are the hands of Esau within this housing arrangement. And I suggest to you that the minister may wish to review his position, his genuine, his authentic position in relation to housing. I say no more on that, except that if the Public Accounts Committee had sat And you know, let me interrupt that sentence. Even now, in spite of obvious antipathy, I still sympathize with him. I sympathize with him for the position that he occupies in relation to the housing trust in this country. I sympathize with him. That is the nature of this government. That is the nature of housing. But let me tell you, Your Honor, if the Public Accounts Committee had met, what that Public Accounts Committee would have heard. Permit me to say what the Public Accounts Committee would have heard. And I look at you and say this, sir. The Public Accounts Committee would have heard that it was the government that established HOPE. When we heard about HOPE, we were hearing, oh, it is a private, public sector entity. Again, government's fancy language, obscuring the truth. I said last year, and I say it again, I'm consistent. HOPE was no public-private sector entity. HOPE was government establishing a company to promote government's work under the guise of a private entity. It was government. HOPE was no less government than the National Housing Corporation, except that government had complete control over HOPE. And it was government that incorporated HOPE as a company on the 9th of November, 2020. And it was government's intention that they were going to build 2,000 houses per year for the period 2022 to 2026. And I believe it was around either shortly before or after the election of 2022 that the Honourable Minister of Housing went into the public domain and said he is going to unleash some energies that have never been unleashed in this country, and he was going to build 2,000 houses a year, and at the end of a 5-year period, he's going to have 10,000 houses. And so he was sent. I'm not going to call to say with whom he approximates in the story of Mark Antony, Octavius, and Lepidus, but he was sent. Indeed, the Honourable Member for St. James, if he were here, he would say that Mark Antony described Lepidus as a slight, unmeritable man, meet only to be sent on errands. Translated into modern English, this is a slight, unmeritable man. This is a man without merit, and he's fit only to be sent on errands. Send him on an errand. He's nobody. And so here is the Honourable Member for St. George South in 2022. I'm not going to call him a man sent on errands, but he is sent into the public domain to tell people that he's building 2,000 houses a year. And so government incorporates this company in November 2020, and he is sent to make that announcement. Let me say to you, Your Honor, again, what the Public Accounts Committee was going to hear. That HOPE was provided with broad objectives for the program under its purview via cabinet papers. So the cabinet, yes, I'm going to shout. It was sent on the mission via the cabinet. So when the cabinet and the leader of the cabinet is telling people that cabinet, oh, we are so surprised and disappointed by this turn of events, and we need to have an investigation. What are you going to do, investigate yourself? It was cabinet that incorporated the company. And it was cabinet that issued cabinet papers in relation to the HOPE mandate, so that it becomes disingenuous, insincere, if you wish, Your Honor, for any member of this government, and certainly for the Minister of Housing, to be telling people, as he did last week, at the end of his participation in the estimates, oh, we're going to have an investigation shortly when the Auditor General comes back to us. Well, the Auditor General, I wrote to him and asked him for a report. He has not come back yet. And I'm awaiting that report from the learned Auditor General. But I will tell you what that committee would have heard if the government now changes its mind in relation to its powers on the Public Accounts Committee I will concede, I will forgive them and let them come back and do hope. Unless they convert themselves to justice and morality, we're stuck. Since we're stuck, it is my duty now to let the people of Barbados hear what the Public Accounts Committee would have heard. And this is what the Public Accounts Committee would have heard. That by December the 31st, 2024, Hope was provided, Hope Inc. was given $20 million further to a cabinet intervention. It was the Cabinet of Barbados that on the 31st, or by the 31st of December 2024, transferred $40 million to Hope. I am not going to give you the gory details, sir. You are yet human, and you may become angry. But here's how Hope set about on its mission. Here's how the errand was pursued. Let me bring it down to plain matters. Hope hired 26 contractors to pursue its housing mandate. Now, I made reference to $40 million, but all told, they had $60 million, and the PAC would have heard this, but since the PAC cannot hear it because of government's intervention, let the people hear. This is an inquiry now conducted today by the people, for the people, of the people, and on behalf of the decent people in this country. So that Hope now hires 26 contractors to pursue this housing mandate. Your Honor, do you know how they hired these people? They told these contractors, prove that you're a contractor, send me a photograph of a house that you built. That's how they did it. So that any honorable member in this parliament decides to build another house to add to his houses, not calling any names, none of my business, houses, bank accounts, any part of the world, none of my business. But if any honorable member in this parliament is building a house, is he reasonably going to ask the contractor to send him a photograph of a house that he has built? The honorable member for St. Lucie shakes his head because he would not do that. But here was a government department doing that. And I say government department. Here was Hope doing that, sending a photograph of a house that you built. And so they hired 26 contractors who sent in photographs. My God, this is how you deal with taxpayers' money. $60 million, and you hire in 26 people and tell them send a photograph of a house that you built. So you know what happened, Your Honor? They had to fire 19 of them, but they didn't fire 19 of them before they started the house. These 19 people were fired after it was made clear that they had no idea of the difference between a house and a chicken coop. They started to build, and it was clear that they were incompetent. And they were incompetent because Hope, their incompetence was proved because they fraudulently, some of them, went on to that building project without the requisite skills. And only of those 26, how many survived? 7, Your Honor. But the 19 that got fired also got money. They also got money sent by the Ministry of Finance, and a lot of it. And that is how and where the wastage started. This is what our PAC was going to hear. So let the public hear now. If the PAC can't hear, let the public hear now. 19 out of 26 got fired, and 7 of them proceeded. I'm not saying that 7 of them proceeded with any expertise, but it remains a fact that the housing project at Lancaster, which the honorable member for St. George South describes as the University of Vesperia, and he calls it a university because we learned so much. It was a learning experience for us. $60 million is a learning experience for a neophyte. I am not going to overburden the ears of my audience today, but the houses were allocated to persons earning between $1,000 and $2,500 a month. The few that are occupied today are beyond the means of that class of person. Beyond the means of that class of person. That's why I said that this government says one thing and does another. That this government cannot say what it means, and it certainly never means what it says. In December 2024, Hope completed 11 houses at Clifton in St. Philip and was in the process of assembling 24 at River in the same parish. And they claim that these were going to be for the poor people. Well, let us see what history tells us. They tell us that at Lancaster, there was some highly sophisticated project. Photovoltaic systems were to be installed on the houses. And in this highly sophisticated system, the houses would begin to pay for themselves because the houses would be selling energy to Light and Power. And money would come back from Light and Power and help pay. I believe that is what it is. Very sophisticated. Unsuccessful, though, arrangement. Only 2 of the houses to this day have had photovoltaic systems installed. Maybe they were so badly installed that they had to be dismantled. And the Honourable Minister for Energy will have to give account to the people of Barbados as to why not only did the houses at Vespera not become connected to the grid, the 2, but why a lot of poor Barbadians cannot get connected to the grid and get cheap electricity. This government is failing the energy sector in Barbados. This government is failing the energy sector, which is intended to benefit people who are not rich, people who are not within the upper middle class, people who are not within the middle class. But it is intended to benefit the lower middle and the working class. There's sociologists in here, and they know of what I speak when I speak of these stratifications, these social stratifications. I said last year, and I need not repeat, the arrangement in relation to the land. Need not repeat that. But the result of all of it is that Hope was receiving extremely favorable treatment by the government. There's a sense in which they got free land. It was close to free because there was an agreement that they pay only $2.50 per square foot. The Honourable Member for St. Lucie looks on quizzically when others in this country are paying $20 and $25 per square foot. Hope was given land at $2.50. And the Honourable Member for St. Lucie cannot believe it. And I normally see him because he sits across from me. He sits up now. He is in shock. And I'm going to shock him further. And he's unhappy. And I'm going to make this story short for him. The Public Accounts Committee was going to hear that Hope incurred substantial losses, although it had a sweetheart agreement, Honourable Member for St. Lucie, through you, sir. Although it had a sweetheart agreement, even then it could not complete the project successfully. The only thing Hope was successful at doing is that it got cigar field sobers to go down there one day and say that a street all the way down in St. James is named after him. If this government was a wise government, Beckles Road and Beckles Hill would have been named after that great man. Walcott's Avenue was not enough for Sagari. They should have named Beckles Road, Beckles Hill, going up by the old geriatric hospital, which they're going to sell very shortly, part of the patrimony of this country. But they took up poor Sir Gary and drove him down there one day. I remember hearing the news that evening in my car. And poor Sir Gary was saying, well, some people came and took me up, put me in a car. I didn't know where I was going, and they took me down there. They took that gentleman. They took my personal hero and our national hero down to Vespera Gardens and pointed at a sign and said, Sir Gary, that has your name on it. We're going to name the street after you. Sir Gary probably never saw the place before. You know why he never saw it? It was a cane field next to a gully. And Sir Gary is down there being forced to put his name on a street in an abandoned cane field, which became a collection of badly built houses. They disgraced Sir Gary by putting his name on that. But they did it to give prestige to the project so that people would feel that they should invest in the project. Nobody was investing in the project willingly because the houses were badly built for a lot of money. They were poorly designed, and I'm not going to expose the residents to any public ridicule. I visited. And those people who live there have a bad deal. They do have a bad deal. I am not going to criticize them, but I'm going to ask them that, in fact, I'm going to tell them that if it is this government's expectation that they should vote in the soon coming election for this government simply because they were put in a bad house, don't vote for them. Disappoint them. Do not vote for this government that put you in a bad house, even if the house is subsidized. And the Honourable Minister of Housing came here a few days ago, at the estimates. And when asked whether the houses were sold at a profit, at cost, or below cost, he could not say. The public accounts, in fact, he said they were sold at cost. He said they were sold at cost. And the PAC was going to hear that the houses were sold below cost. The houses were not sold. They were given to people in the expectation that those people would return the favor politically on the soon coming election. Go and ask your Prime Minister what the word soon means. It isn't going to be tomorrow, but when it is called, when it is called, when it is called, Honourable Member for St. Lucie, don't let him distress you. Don't let him distress you. Don't let his outburst distress you. Try your best. Try your best in your writing. Try your best in your writing, my friend. When it is called, the good book or the hymn, few will be chosen. Many are called. Call it. Call the election. Call it. Call it. Call it. Call it. Call it. If you're brave, call it. And if you think you're getting votes in Vespera Gardens, call it. The people in Vespera Gardens are not happy with this government. Although this government put them in houses at below cost, they are now the subject of public ridicule. There are people living in Vespera Gardens. The mere fact that the Honourable Member for St. Joseph feels that there are not people living in Vespera Gardens is even he cannot believe that those people have been treated so contemptuously, that they have been put into houses which are so badly built and badly designed that he cannot believe that this government has had the disrespect for a portion of the population to put them there. Yes, Honourable Member for St. Joseph, there are people there. And your Minister of Housing boasted in here a few weeks ago that there are people there. And as I went to Ball's or Bullins plantation that you made a housing project, I also went to Vespera Gardens and I interviewed people. I did. And I interviewed people who are not happy with this government. So the government needs to send its public relations officer down there and find out why some of the people, not all, why some of the people are still upset with the government. This is not a personal attack. This is objective political commentary that I'm entitled to make in the squandering of $60 million that belong to the taxpayers of this country to build substandard houses, to house people at below cost. in exchange for a vote. Call it. Call the election. And so the PAC would have heard about these 1,000 houses that were going to be built. The Honourable Attorney General now challenges me and says nobody is in there. And I say to the Honourable Attorney General, there are people in there subsisting. Here is what the Public Accounts Committee was going to hear about Hope. The Public Accounts Committee would have heard that Hope has not demonstrated that it is able to build houses in a cost-effective, efficient, and timely manner. That company that is run by one of the super people that was brought into this country. Superman! Like BTMI man, Superman, like Queen Elizabeth Hospital man, Superman. Superman. And I'm going to say again what I said yesterday and last year. Accuse me of repetition, but the people in this country must be reminded every day that this government has no confidence in the local population, educated local population. Because every time there's a job available within the higher reaches of the public service, it is going to somebody from, look, the chairman of, and this is not xenophobia, these are facts. The chairman of Hope is a South African. Elon Musk is also a South African, but let us not digress. And the government used to pay the Barbadian CEO or chairman $20,000 a month. The man that came in, the high man, to quote a certain lawyer, known to the Honourable Member for St. James Central, a high man came in. They brought in a high man. And whereas they were paying the local man, or the low man, $20,000 a month, the high man got $30,000 a month. So he had an additional $10,000 because he's a high man. He comes from overseas. He comes with something in his pocket that humankind has never seen. It is the clue. It is the clue. He has that clue in his pocket, and you have to pay him $30,000. And when they started to pay him $30,000, the gentleman did not even have a work permit. The gentleman, the Honourable Member for St. James Central, looks on incredulously. Did not have a work permit. He was working illegally in this country for $30,000 a month. But of course, there's a Ministry of Home Affairs. There's a Ministry of Home Affairs, and urgent interventions were made to hasten his status for permission to work here, but he was getting $30,000 a month. You think the taxpayers pleased? You think the taxpayers are happy? You think the taxpayers can be happy with this government that continues not only to squander their monies, but to be discriminatory against the local population when it comes to hiring people in lofty positions? Every member of this parliament is qualified to be a chairman or CEO of Hope. They weren't doing anything that any of the members in here cannot do. And less than the members in here, sir, they were not doing anything that a BSc in management from the University of the West Indies could not do. But you bring a high man, and you increase his salary from $20,000 to $30,000 a month. And that is what we call the Hope scandal. And the Hope scandal, I am not going to dwell on it. I think we've made the point that Hope needs to be exposed for the people of Barbados to see the wrong that was done to the Treasury. Hope needs to be exposed so that people can see the wrong that was done to aspiring homeowners in this country. And as I've said, the learned and Honourable Attorney General himself could not believe that there were people living in there. Yes, there are people in there. And yes, this government has failed to complete other projects, housing projects. But as I said, I put them to bed last night, and I want them to have a more comfortable day today. So I'm not going to I'm not going to carry them with much difficulty this morning. I leave the people of this country to determine whether the government should stand condemned for how it has managed housing in this country. Government has mismanaged housing in this country. The die is cast on that. And we say that when the charge is read to the jury and the people of Barbados, the foreman of the jury and the people of Barbados, that foreman will report that the jury called Barbados will say that this government is guilty of mismanagement of public funds. Mismanagement. I haven't accused the government of anything else. And the people of this country, in passing that verdict, they still want to collect because there are certain offenses committed before the courts, and this is by way of analogy, that after a man is convicted, you pursue the fruits of his unlawful labors. And in this case, improprietous labors. Can the people of this country get back the $60 million? The Honourable Member for St. George South and the Minister of Housing said in here a few days ago, they've started to get it back. That Hope has started to repay, and they've repaid $4 million. Now, if the Honourable Member for St. Lucie in a different dispensation had allowed me more than 3 questions, there's some procedure in here that the leader of the opposition, by himself, is only allowed 3 questions. So that you have to couch 3 questions carefully. And when I was about to ask the 4th question, as to where this $4 million is, but the Honourable Member for St. Lucie did not make the rules, so that this is no disrespect shown to the office that he occupied. He did not make the rules. He did not make the rules. But the people of this country wanted to know where that alleged $4 million is. That the Honourable Member for St. George South says has been repaid. Where is it? Has it been paid into the Consolidated Fund? Has it been paid into National Housing? It is unlikely to have been raised in any event because the houses were sold at below cost. And I accuse the Honourable Member for St. George South of having misled this public during the estimate debates exercise by saying that the houses were sold at cost. They were not sold at cost. The houses were not even sold at all. The houses were handed to the people at below cost. But, we started to have the loan repaid. Where's the money? Where's this paltry sum of $4 million? Housing, Consolidated Fund, Ministry of Finance, where is it? The people of this country have lost confidence in this government. And the people of this country have lost confidence in this government based not only on circumstantial evidence, but often on direct evidence. And that direct evidence was going to come to the Public Accounts Committee to condemn this government. And that is why this government stalled the work of the Public Accounts Committee. Am I supposed to come here and half do my job because I'm afraid of this government? In the first place, I am not going to half do my job, even if I'm afraid of this government. Even if, like other people in Barbados, I am afraid of this government, it will not prevent me from doing my work. Yes, keep him quiet. Keep him quiet, Honourable Speaker. I agree with you. Keep him quiet. Settle him down. Let him tighten his seatbelt. There's a seatbelt problem in here. Everybody wants to come in here and jump about in discomfort. Calm down, son. Keep him calm, sir. I come to the Ministry of Transport and Works, and I'll not be long on this. I will not be long on this one. And the reason I will not be long is because I made references to the Ministry of Transport and Works yesterday. And so what I will say here today is additional. But a conversation took place in here during the estimates, which revealed the motives in the work distribution within the Ministry of Transport and Works. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas had words slip from her lips, a moment of candor, when the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, and I wrote it. And I'm willing to visit Hansard with the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. Just about everything has gone wrong. The only thing missing was the blue dress. It slipped out. But it was the truth, Your Honor. It was the truth. During the stay of the minister, when the Minister of Transport and Works came to the estimates, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas complaining about the lack of road repair in St. Thomas uttered the words, just about everything has gone wrong. And then we discovered that the Honourable Member for St. Thomas calmed her down too. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas is getting a few roads. Because for years, Bridgefield was the worst road in Barbados. And congratulations. So apparently you got to curse and carry on to get a road done. Don't get vexed with me. Don't curse me. Don't curse me. Don't carry me like, oh, you carried me along last year and the whole year. Because you can't run me. I ain't running. But the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, this was a fascinating exchange. I wrote every word. And he had this exchange, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, who presented the budget 2 days ago, went on the attack. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central went on the attack because he acknowledges that road repair is being done in an unfair manner. In other words, it is about favorites. Let me read for the people of Barbados who missed that exchange. It was not only one of the more memorable exchanges during the estimates was between the Honourable Member for St. John and the Honourable Member for Christchurch for St. Michael East. That one has gone viral. People in China have seen it and they have been intrigued by it. But the one to which they did not pay much attention was the tussle, the skirmish between the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central when he quarreled, when he confronted the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East and accused that Honourable Member of fixing roads not based on need, but based on favoritism. Here's what he said, and I quote, "I have given this ministry more money than was requested under the CAF program. 2 persons were killed on Lodge Road. I raised this matter with the ministry as a matter of public safety. I asked a simple question and I felt his frustration and pain. How many more people have to die on Lodge Road for this to receive the attention of this ministry? I repeat, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, in a pained intervention in here during the estimates debate when he was questioning the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East, asked the question of the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East, how many more people have to die on Lodge Road for this to receive the attention of this ministry? And he went on to say, this request has been made since 2020. If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. Less than 1 week after he asked that question as to how many more people have to die on Lodge Road as a result of what he claimed was inattention to road repairs on that well-known street, another young man died. Prophecy. He is better at prophecy than he is at writing budget speeches. He almost prophesied that unless they fixed Lodge Road, another person would die. He said that 2 had died. And a few days after his intervention, after that skirmish with the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East, another young man died on a motorcycle. Did it hit into a pothole? Did it hit another vehicle as he avoided a pothole? Why did he die? The honourable member for Christchurch East Central wanted to know how many more were going to die. And his words turned out to be prophetic. But you want to hear, the public wants to hear, what was the response of the Honourable Minister of Transport and Works. And the Honourable Minister of Transport and Works said, I cannot sit here and agree with you. One would have felt she was talking to me. The aggression. And they have walked around this country with their sycophants telling people that this is a perfect government. Man, this government, there's a lot of division. There's a lot of division. And I know who are the dissidents. And I know who are the people clawing at the duumvirate. I know who they are. And I will try to avoid looking at them. Because if I look at them, they will come under suspicion. So I'm going to look at the ones who are honest and innocent in that enterprise of clawing at power for their own sake. But I wish them well. I wish them well because the duumvirate that has power is not exercising that power well. This government could be better run. And there are some within the government who are now discovering that. There are some within the government who are discovering that the myth or that infallibility of leadership is now a myth. There are those who are now discovering that the leadership of this government is taking them politically to hell in a handbasket. Yes. Yes, don't mind the cheerleaders who are posing as political commentators. Get the truth. And for the sake of a certain arrival, I am now going to repeat what I said just now, not to burden the public, but the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central complained in here last week to the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East that he was not getting Lodge Road done. He wanted it done. He said, I sent money there since 2020, and you are not fixing that road. How many more must die? And less than a week later, another young man died on Lodge Road. This is serious business. This is not about political intrigue. This is not about drama. This is about people losing their lives because of inattention to the infrastructure in this country. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central prognosticated death. Prognosticated death. Fearing it that it could happen, and it did happen. And after the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East, I recorded it, wrote or said, I cannot sit here and agree with you. We cannot accept responsibility for those comments. That is what was said. I sat down, I couldn't believe it. Could not believe that in a public place, two honourable ministers were at war. They were at war. Who knows? Well, I wouldn't say that. But who knows? And after the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East felt that she should offer that reprisal, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central said, no, I'm coming back at you. And here's what the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, in a moment of courage, I congratulate and commend you, Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, for that moment of courage. Here's what he said back to her. If the ministry had acted with haste, I would not be having this conversation this morning. That is memorable. You see, the cheerleaders out there don't pay attention to these things. The cheerleaders out there believe that this tyranny, or that the members of this government are well united under tyranny. As Caesar believed that Brutus and Antony were well united under his tyranny. Well, this is an interesting government. And men have their pride. And men in this government have their pride. And men in this government have their private desires. And men in this government, being men, will feel the pain. And on that day in question, in a desire to represent his constituents along Lodge Road, he unburdened himself rationally and truthfully, and he asked how many more must die. I heard that poor grandmother on the radio lamenting her son's death. I heard her, and I felt her pain. And I said, if the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central had had his way, if having sent that money from the Ministry of Finance since 2020 and having had that road done, his prophetic voice in relation to that death would not have been heard in here at the estimates debate last week. So a young man sacrificed his life if the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central is to be taken seriously. And I took him very seriously when he asked the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East and the Minister of Transport and Works how many more must die on Lodge Road for this to receive the attention of this ministry. The public did not know that, you see. And the so-called political commentators who are really, in truth, cheerleaders for the government, those few, they know who they are. If they pay attention to these events, to these political events, they are going to discover the cleavages within this government. But the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central leaves office and is treated with such contempt by the cheerleaders. I'm not going to call them political commentators any longer. Treated with contempt by the cheerleaders, rather than deal with the fact of the lady's departure from the cabinet. Could not be a happy event for that honourable member. And you know what they say in relation to the young lady's departure? Well, she can't win the next election. As I say, these consequentialist philosophies, that the issue becomes resolved. There's nothing to discuss, although a lady has lost her high pick within this government. No sympathy, no explanation, no effort to bring justice to the debate. Oh, well, she isn't going to get her seat next time, and that, the discussion ends. Because you want, the desire is to defend tyranny. Tyranny! And whatever tyranny does in this country, for some people, it is well done. Show me a democracy, and I will show you a tyranny in the making. That tyranny has been made and well made. And what has been happening in the Ministry of Transport and Works is evidence of the tyranny that has visited governmental life in this country. The faces are sad. I will move on and let those faces return to some appearance of happiness. I have troubled spirits. I apologize to all of you. Enter the Honourable Member for St. Peter. He joined the debate as well. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central launched his attack. And when the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central felt that she was going to enjoy some relief, enter the Honourable Member, one of the more articulate members in this administration. He said, St. Peter is a constituency of many bad roads. So at this 11th hour, on the eve of an election, people are getting nervous. People want it to appear as if they put the constituency before the office that they hold. And I was at pains in here yesterday to explain to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East that when you are here, you are the representative of the people. First and foremost, you go to Bay Street only because you come here. Your office at Bay Street has its basis in what the people did here. And you represent the interests of the people first and foremost when you are here. Unless collective responsibility taken in a cabinet overrides or competes even with that parliamentary responsibility. And when there's conflict between the parliamentary responsibility and the collective responsibility, then the member has to make a choice. A principled position you must take. Within the Westminster system, if you cannot reconcile that conflict, you resign from the ministry. You resign. But here, as a parliamentarian, your primary duty is to your constituency. And as a member of the cabinet, you give account to the parliament for your service at cabinet. I am willing to give free lessons in constitutional law on Saturday mornings. I'm willing to do it. And so I will not prolong that discussion on the Ministry of Transport and Works, just to give a report to the people of this country that all is not well in government, that all is not well in the Ministry of Transport and Works, that the Ministry of Transport and Works has been dispensing service in a discriminatory fashion, and even governmental colleagues have been discriminated against and disadvantaged. Let us move quickly, and we will do this quickly, to the Ministry of Home Affairs. And before I get into the heart of the matter, let us all lament the loss of CBC. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East may wish to consider himself the unluckiest man in Barbados if CBC must now terminate under his stewardship. And that is a tragedy. CBC has served this country well. I remember the slogan, reflecting the pride, and it was so profound. CBC really did reflect the pride, and CBC had evolved to a point where people prefer to watch local programs over the imported nonsense. And at a time when there needs to be a new thrust in cultural affirmation, CBC that reflected the pride, CBC that reflected Barbadian culture. At a time when technology is exposing our little children to the most negative aspects of metropolitan life, whether it is China, Japan, the United States, London, or South America, continental South America. The closure of CBC is a great tragedy. And if they're saying it is to move from analog to digitization, the people of Barbados do not believe that. The people of Barbados believe that the government has now lost interest in an important cultural asset. CBC is more than radio and TV. CBC is an important cultural asset, as the nation on Fontebelle is an important cultural asset. 1973 to the present, however you feel about it, there must be that residual respect for what you call the fourth estate. That when you cannot turn to the government for the defense of your rights, often it is the media, the press, that you turn to, not only to protest, but to affirm cultural identity, because that is important too. And I say to through you, sir, to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, that the closure of CBC must now be a blot on this country's cultural affairs. I elevate it beyond the political. It is a cultural crisis. It reflects a cultural crisis. And it cannot be a good feeling to have this happen under the stewardship of the Honourable Member for Christchurch East. But the Honourable Member for Christchurch East must now be deemed to have been complicit in the crisis of CBC. And I will demonstrate why. On the 19th of June, 2024, one of the other cultural assets within this country, the Nation newspaper, published an article by its, I think the lady is the editor-in-chief. She's at the apex of that organization. And if she writes something, if she intervenes, it must be seen as highly authoritative intervention. And on the 19th of June, 2024, Miss Carol Martindale, I hate to call names, but I don't do this to disparage. In fact, I praise her today for this article. Miss Carol Martindale on the 19th of June, 2024, and I'm willing to make this a document of the House, wrote an article. And the article, 19th of June, 2024. Beg your pardon? And that article was titled, "Rethink That Plan, Minister." And I'm going to read this because it has to be read. The people in this country must understand how this government has been functioning in relation to the dissemination of information. This is a government that came to the people of this country and said that they're interested in protecting reputations with a cybercrime bill. Up to now, we don't have a cybercrime act. But this government took the moral high ground. Oh, we are interested in protecting people's reputations against the wild behavior that occurs across a rampant social media. It really is a wild place. I am appalled at the things people say about each other. I am really appalled. I mean, it is a free-for-all. And the government felt that it should take this lofty and elevated position, this morally justified position in relation to what they call cybercrime. That you can't go on social media and curse people and carry on as if they don't have any rights to a reputation. So this government, the same government that pursued cybercrime legislation, listened to how this government was expressing itself otherwise. And it caught the attention of Ms. Carol Martindale at the Nation. Rethink that plan, Minister. She writes, "I am still bewildered by some of the comments made last week by Minister of Information Wilfred Abrams, who also holds the portfolio of Home Affairs. He was speaking during the Department of Emergency Management's one-day high-level media roundtable discussion and workshop at Courtyard by Marriott in Hastings, Christchurch. To avoid putting words into the minister's mouth, I will let him speak for himself, he said, and I quote, "The Met Office has indicated that the time frame for us to be able to alert people is becoming..."
Mr. Speaker, I truly would not have wanted to get up on this point of order. As you know, we have a tradition not to stop honourable members when they are replying in a budget debate. However, the honourable member is clearly quoting from the newspaper. In fact, he named the journalist and the paper. But I want to draw honourable member to the standing order, the standing orders of the House of Assembly 28.1, which clearly says, a member may not read his speech, but he may read extracts from books or papers other than newspapers. And the honourable member is clearly in breach, and I would ask that all of that be struck from the record. And calling names as well, which is against the standard, in breach of the standard as well. Mr. Speaker, I clearly am at you, but point of order, clearly he is in breach.
Honourable member, you have heard the point of order.
I've heard the point of order, and
Comply, therefore.
we have heard the voice of seniority.
All right, but comply also.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Comply with the point of order.
Yes, indeed. And I want to commend the honourable member. I really thought he should have been Deputy Prime Minister, and he demonstrates that. He really does demonstrate that. You heard the voice of authority, sir. You heard the rescue mission. You heard how the honourable member for Christchurch West has rescued a hapless colleague today. Well, the public will resolve it. We're in the computer age. And the people in Barbados may now go and read the Nation newspaper of the 17th of June 2024 and hear what the lady, and I'm not disparaging her, I praise her for the intervention that the would-be Deputy Prime Minister has made here today in protection of his hapless colleague. He was looking very afraid. And you, being a man of compassion, felt his fear, and you got up and rescued him. He owes you.
Honourable member is not rescuing him, is that it has to be compliance with the standing
Yes.
order. So it's not
Yes.
not a matter of rescuing. And I am sure that you having been in here for a considerable amount of time, as all other honourable members, that you know full well what these standing orders speaks to.
Yes.
And please try to comply with those orders that
Yes.
you know
Yes.
that you have researched and that you are a thorough reader.
Yes.
Nothing escapes your reading.
You know, I abide by the ruling and will say only that it is ironic that the minister who presides over the Department of Emergency Management has been the beneficiary of a rescue by the would-be Deputy Prime Minister. Today, he owes you more than he will ever be able to repay. I was about...
But Honourable, it has nothing to do with owing anything. It is to comply with the requisite standing order. It is simple as that.
Yes.
So you can move on, Honourable
Yes, let
member.
us move on, sir.
Do not let it distract you. Move on with your presentation.
No, all I'm doing, I am telling
And that
the
will
public-
obviously be struck from the record. We know that.
Yes, yes. So that what will be struck from the record is that reference to the Nation newspaper of June the 19th, 2024.
Honourable member, you don't have to say that. I asked for it to be struck from the record, so please do not repeat it. Right.
Why are they so affrighted? Why are they so
Honourable member, please
affrighted?
continue. Do not let,
I will continue,
do not
sir.
let members on this side stop you.
I will continue, sir.
Honourable, please continue. Do
That
not,
brings me,
do not be con-
that brings me to the office of the Attorney General. Tighten your seatbelt. Tighten your seatbelt. You frightened? All right. I am pausing so that the camera can remain on them and let the public see the commotion. The commotion. Not emotion, commotion. Tighten your seatbelt, friend. Friend of mankind. You would know. The public has heard, due to incisive journalism, I'm not quoting any newspaper. The public has heard, due to incisive journalism, how this government has been relating itself to crime. And I'm going to be brief on this. The honourable member for St. Joseph may or may not be aware of something called Startwise. The name is ironic. There has been nothing wise about that initiative. The language of the ministry, the sanitized language of the ministry, will tell the people of Barbados that it was intended to benefit at-risk youth in communities. That 1,446 young men and women were to be the beneficiaries of this Start Wise at a cost of $2 million. And that they were intended to do data-type work. In other words, they were going to take them off the blocks and teach them the computer. And that it was going to cost the public of this country, the entire program was going to cost the people of this country $6.6 million to cover 2,000 people. And that the pilot project would extend itself to 500 people. And after Cabinet met on it, 250 people were conscripted. And even at that level, this ministry, acting on behalf of the government, registered failure. That only 50 people graduated from that program. This government has been walking around this country telling people that they have had success with interventions into at-risk people. And at-risk is really another word for persons destined or disposed to crime. And the gentleman who was heading Start Wise, which turned out really to be ain't wrong or ain't foolishly, was paid $1.7 million of taxpayers' money on Start Wise that ended foolishly. And a consultant was paid $15,000 a month on this project. And another consultant was paid, he asked for $1.8 million and received $1.7 million of taxpayers' money under the charge of the Honourable Member for St. Joseph. It occurred in his ministry. And I want to be kind. I want to be kind.
Honourable Member,
Thank you, sir.
the interpreters are having a problem. They're asking you to speak in the mic.
Oh, into the mic.
Yes.
I'm happy to do that, sir. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. So $1.7 million was paid to a certain gentleman after he asked for $1.8 million of taxpayers' money. You know, I have been pushed to this point this morning. I was going along very calmly. And I was just revealing certain facts about the deeds of this government. The gentleman to whom this money was paid was functioning in a full-time capacity at government headquarters as a consultant. As a consultant. So a man hired as a consultant to this government, working presumably from Monday to Friday, with a salary, tighten your seatbelt, with a salary, was receiving additional government monies as a private contractor. So the taxpayers were paying him twice because the government had him as a full-time consultant. And I'm not going to disclose his identity.
But, Honourable Member, you're not allowed to
No, I'm not going to.
Well, you're not
I
allowed
know
to.
the rules. I know the rules. Not going to disclose his identity. You frightened? No, you frightened? I got some more, you know. You push me. Well, I can go with you. Because you know, this exercise has become hazardous for me. This exercise has become hazardous for me because every time I come in here and criticize this government, man, they curse me. They curse and carry on. I am all kinds of things. I am the worst presence. I can get on with it. I am the worst presence in this place. Let him talk. Let him talk. He's not interrupting me. Let him talk.
Do not be distracted.
He is displaying his discomfort.
Honourable member, continue. Do not.
He is not as cool as he wants you to think. He's nervous. He would like to leave. But he's too ashamed to get up and leave.
Honourable member, please continue. Do not be sidetracked by
I'm
members
not
on the
sidetracked, sir.
Continue.
I am enjoying his discomfort. You heard him? Man, they carry
Honourable member, to continue.
You know, I go
I've
silent
asked
so
for you
that
not
the
to be
cameras can see them,
interrupted.
can focus on them.
I've asked for you not to be interrupted.
I am asked them not to
I've
interrupt
asked.
me.
I'm saying I've asked them.
Oh, you've asked them?
Yes.
What else can you do with them, though? You can't imprison them. But a certain gentleman who was hired by this government in an established, well, not established, a position that was established by this government, he is up there, I can only say, annoying the civil servants with his presence. Nothing to do. What was he doing? And how much was he being paid? The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central knows. He's the Minister of Finance. And he is charged with the responsibility not only of running that ministry on a day-to-day basis, but he knows. So I am going to let him tell his friends how much the consultants up there are paid. And if he meets his public responsibility, one day he's going to tell the public writ large how much these consultants are paid. What is their charge on the public purse? But that gentleman temporarily left his assignment at the government and entered into a private contract with the same government. In other words, he had two jobs. There are people in this country who can't get one. And there are people in this country sweeping gullies and sweeping the side of the road for minimal amounts of money. And this government is allowing privileged persons who can't prove adequate qualification for the jobs that they're being given. And they're living high on the hog at the expense of the public. Super people. Super people. I said in here yesterday that a definition of corruption involves the abuse of power to benefit specific persons. It does not indicate that you see a cookie jar and take out some and run. Or it does not mean that you drag open somebody's cash register, grab some 20s and Grantlys and run. Corruption is using and abusing your power to benefit certain groups or certain individuals. And I am saying to this government, and I'm saying to the people of Barbados, that if a man is hired in consultancy by the government, presumably to perform services for the government from Monday at 8 o'clock until Friday at 4:30 if he decides to work hard that day, if he decides that he is capable of perspiring, because a lot of these consultants have not perspired for 6 years. And it becomes a corrupt practice if the same gentleman hired by the government as a consultant then receives a private contract with the same government and is paid $1.7 million by the same government, and he now has two functions to perform. When I finish here, curse me. Curse me. Curse me for disclosing to the public what the public needs to know. Curse me, I will take it. Since last year, I knew what I was up against. It hasn't changed my resolve. I have said in here that I'm not afraid of you. So all these threats, bring it on, and that doesn't scare me. Because there's more that I can say. There's more that I can say. I told you, do not push me. Don't push me.
I remember Jesse here.
Yes. So I'm saying that it is corruption. You know, when I said it yesterday, oh, we are not corrupt. You could prove that somebody thieved something. Corruption does not exist exclusively at the level of theft. And when the government took up $1.7 million and paid to a consultant who was already a hireling of the government, that was a corrupt practice. He was benefiting, he was double benefiting at the expense of the public purse. And this work, this double benefit was occurring within the Ministry of the Attorney General. So he was hired by the Ministry of Finance, getting a healthy salary, and he had a contract within the Ministry of the Attorney General, who sits together at Cabinet, and he received $1.7 million. You mean the public is not entitled to hear that? The public is not entitled to hear that? Because this government now wants to treat the public purse like a private back pocket. And this government expects to do that. And when I come in here and question it, you start at my great-grandmother and come down with abuse. And I will repeat, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas has just accused me of repetition. And I'm going to repeat now, with your permission, sir. The public saying so, the public saying a lot of other things. The public would like you all to repeat the truth. What public what? You're a few sycophants? What public what? A few sycophants that you have deployed across social media, that the Honourable Member for St. Thomas has deployed across social media to curse people and abuse people. This government has been the main sponsor of cybercrime.
Honourable member, please,
yes,
refrain from these attacks, etc. Refrain from replying.
Yes. Resist the attacks.
Speak to the chair.
So I will speak to the chair.
Please.
But do something about them, sir.
But you are allowing them to get under your skin, Honourable member, please.
They're not under my skin.
Please.
They're not under my skin at all.
Speak to the chair. Honourable member, exercise judicial deafness.
I'm not
please.
A judge.
Right. Exercise it. Analogy. Exercise it. Do not hear.
As you please.
Close your ears to any input.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if you, I beg your pardon. Mr. Speaker, sir, on point of order, I'd like to ask the honourable member to withdraw those comments he has made. I do not even know how to turn on my computer properly. And what he's accusing me of is something I don't know. Everybody in Barbados knows me as a decent woman. And I wish him to withdraw those comments, sir. An attorney at law should know better. Don't interfere with me.
Continue, Honourable.
I was just looking to see if give her a mint.
Honourable, continue.
Yes.
Honourable member, please.
A mint and a glass of water.
Honourable member, do not speak across the aisle.
I'm speaking towards you, sir.
Honourable members on those sides.
They're very agitated this morning. They feel that I got something. They feel that I got something. And I'm going to disappoint them. I have something. And they stopped me last night when I was going into details on Dubai. Yes. Yes, I'm not going back there. I'm not going back there. Mr. Speaker, I am not going back there.
To me, please.
I'm addressing you, sir.
Thank
I
you.
am not going back to Dubai, where a man was paid $10,000 to sing one song. Not going back there at all, because Dubai has moved beyond entertainment. Dubai has become very serious business, and I'm saving them. I'm not going to disclose it during this exercise. The faces have gone glum and very serious. They're afraid. Relax, my friends. Let them relax, sir. Give them the assurance that I am not going to give them any heart attacks today. Give them that assurance. So all the ones that jumping up on these points of order, calm them down, sir. You call it righteous or self-righteous indignation. This government has lost the support of the Barbados Police Service. I am not going to launch personal nor professional insult nor assault at the Honourable Attorney General. But under this Attorney General's charge, government has lost the respect of the Barbados Police Service. And I want to say to you, Your Honor, that when the Commissioner of Police was dragged into this place as part of the Attorney General's delegation on the first day of the estimates, somebody ought to have known better. That there is no place in here during an estimates debate for the Commissioner of Police. And Your Honor, it was painful to watch the Commissioner of Police being confronted by one of the honorable members, and I'm going to identify him. The honorable member for St. Philip South, the Minister of Agriculture, asked a direct question, in parentheses with some hint of hostility, directly towards the Commissioner of Police. That is not the done thing. Section 8. I know that he listens to my speeches, judging from his reaction, but his faculty of receptivity is far superior to his memory. And I have told this Parliament over and over again, and I'm going to write it next time. I believe it is Section 8 of the Police Act, which says that the Commissioner of Police has superintendents of the police service, and that the Commissioner of Police is answerable only to the head of state. He hears me. I repeat, his faculty of receptivity is far superior to his memory. He hears me, but he does not remember. And if he had remembered what I had said in here several times, he would not have engaged in direct confrontation of the Commissioner of Police while he was here as a member of a delegation led by the Honourable Attorney General. In the first place, he should not have been here. In the second place, he should not have been subjected to questions. The word that appears in Section 8 is answerable. In other words, he was literally made to answer a question from a member of this Parliament. That is not within the contemplation of the Constitution of this country. By the doctrine of separation of powers, the Commissioner of Police is answerable only to the head of state in the discharge of his functions, or to quote the legislation, in his superintendence of the police service. it was an awkward and embarrassing moment. And whoever brought that gentleman here, and I call him a gentleman, whoever brought that gentleman here should have known better. To expose a commissioner of police to answering to a parliament, it is wrong. It is wrong. It should not be done. You can't bring a commissioner of police in here and confront him about police matters. You cannot do that. And I have questioned the validity of that exercise from the time they started it. And I have taken what I think is a moral position, a philosophical position, and a legal position, that I will not question any public servant directly, that I question the minister, and the minister can turn to whoever he wants to assist his answer. But let the word go forth that a commissioner of police is not meant to be in this parliament answering to this parliament. That it offends the doctrine of the separation of powers. And you and I know what that is about, and I'm not going to spend your time today explaining these things, because apparently they hear me, they understand me, but they don't remember, so I'm finished with that. Let the Attorney General advise them from here on in. But please, do not bring back the Commissioner of Police in here.
Honourable Member, I'm trying my best to protect you. I am. I'm honestly trying my best.
I am not in danger.
Disregard what you hear on this side.
I am not in danger.
But just disregard.
Why would I wrestle with a rabbit?
Disregard what you hear over here.
They
Continue unperturbed, please.
They are fluffy rabbits. You think a fluffy rabbit could wrestle with me?
Continue unperturbed.
And I'm not going to cuddle them. I'm definitely not going to cuddle them. No. I am going to bring this Parliament and the people of this country to this question in a very limited way on the Constitution. Limited because I made reference to it earlier, but there's an aspect that the people of this country need to know. During the estimates debate, I asked this Honourable Attorney General when the new Constitution would be coming. Listen to the answer. Resistance. I am not seeing how that question relates to the estimates. Now, monies were voted in the estimates previously to establish a constitutional review commission. Yet this Attorney General resists any question that seeks to have him disclose not only the allocation, the previous allocation of those funds, but the enterprise to which those funds were to be committed. And the usual resistance. Who am I to be asking him on behalf of the people when a new constitution is coming? I am not seeing how that question relates to the estimates. And then the learned Attorney General went on. I write a lot of notes in here, you see. A constitution is nothing more than fundamental laws, and it regulates the relationship between the state and the citizen. Excellent law. But the political question remains to be answered. The people of this country are entitled to know when the new constitution would be coming. There were town hall meetings, poorly attended, held. The members were sent on excursions to various capitals across the diaspora, all in anticipation of the drafting of a new constitution. A presentation was hastily made to the president of this country as to that draft constitution. That draft constitution reportedly was sent out to various business places, supermarkets, for distribution to members of the public, so that the public could know what the government was intending to do in relation to a new constitution. This public was led to believe that preparations were being made to fix what we call a lacuna, because you cannot have a republic with a Westminster Constitution. I said that before, and I'm going to emphasize it now, that there is a constitutional deficit in this country. And it is not so much that the constitutional deficit is wrong, but that the powers exercised by prime ministers and members of a cabinet may come beyond the control of the existing constitution. The point is, where are we? Are we in the state of a republic, or are we in the state of a monarchy? And as I've said before, the powers exercised by public officials in a republic are different from those exercised within a monarchy. In other words, Your Honor, constitutionally, this country is in no man's land, and we are exposed to excessive political power. That is the point. That is the danger. That is where this country is at present. We are exposed, we, the citizens of this country here and in the diaspora, are exposed to the exercise of political power. And I can take it farther. The citizens of this country are exposed to the abuse of political power. And I hope that the citizens of this country have seen instances of the abuse of that political power, and I've referred to it a few minutes ago, that a consultant to this government is also a private contractor with this government. Why? Because we are in uncertain constitutional territory. Anything goes, according to the writer Cole Porter. Anything goes. I don't know who wrote this one, but might is right. We have abandoned the Constitution, and we are now functioning on the principle that might is right. Power can do anything that it wants, and it is justified merely because it was done by power. And that is the state, that is the constitutional state of Barbados. And when people call for a new constitution, they're not calling for it as some decorative instrument. They're calling for a new constitution so that rights can be defined. And beyond the definition of individual rights, they are calling for a clear definition as to state power. And there is no clear definition as to state power and the limits of state power in this country today. So people moseying along, thinking that all is well. All is not well. All is not well, Your Honor, because there is no satisfactory limit on constitutional power that may validly be exercised by those who have political power. As I said, anything goes, might is right. The survival of the fittest. And who is the fittest in this country? Show me a democracy, and I will show you a tyranny in the making. That has been my theme. And all that is transpiring politically in this country is consistent with that theme. We had a democracy, and we have lost that democracy to the onset of tyranny, dictatorship, despotism, if you want to use Professor Owen Arthur's word. That is where we are in this country. And no coy words, no coy language, and no smug behavior is going to extricate us from that constitutional crisis. There's a constitutional crisis pervading this country. And indeed, that is why the behavior of this government is as it is. That is why the simplest question asked of this government receives noisy resistance and assaults on the character of he who acts. No insult is going to make me absent when you sit on the next occasion. Have you noticed that I'm always here? Have you noticed? Always here. Always here. In the discharge of my function constitutionally, and I'm grateful for the nodding heads now who seem to be agreeing with me. I'm always here. No, Honourable Member, please tell the Honourable Member for St. James Central I had a pressing engagement on that day. I wanted to engage with that member.
Honourable Member, don't address him. Do not address him, even through me.
This time it is cordial. This time it is cordial.
Do not address him through me.
But you know the irony, sir, is that he was inviting my participation. The Honourable Attorney General is afraid. You can't ask him one question.
Honourable Member, that was your compatriot and your colleague and your junior. Right, that same member.
Please protect my secrets, sir. Please protect my dark secrets.
You're asking him to do that for you?
You, sir.
I thought you were asking the Honourable Member
You, sir.
for St. James Central to do that for you.
We need these light-hearted moments against these attacks. Assassins of my character, but they will not bury my voice. I am paraphrasing Martin Carter's poem in tribute to Walter Rodney. Assassins of character, but you will not bury the voice. So when you resist, I'm coming at you again. Because you have to give account to the people of Barbados. You have to tell the people of Barbados what is this country's constitutional state and status, Attorney General. And do not treat that as personal. That is political. You must account to the country. So when I said I was coming at him, I am not coming with any personal thing. I'm not coming to say what I know. Because what I know, the people out there know. And I don't bring it in here. So let us make that agreement. I don't know what they're hearing about me out there. But I know I have no reason to be embarrassed about any aspect of my personal or professional life. But I will not bring rumor in here. This Parliament is above that. That gossip mongering is beneath the dignity of this Parliament. And therefore, I restrict myself to matters parliamentary. I believe I've said enough on that. We need a new constitution, and we need it soon. And the people of this country are entitled to know whether we will go into the next election with the present constitution or a new one. I will wrap this up on the issue of crime. There's something that I have to say. And I don't think the people of this country will allow me to leave this speech unless I say it. Courage is the most enabling of the virtues possessed by humankind. And the public will be very disappointed in me unless I come in here and display courage. And if it takes courage for me to say that this government has given comfort to the criminal element in this country, I am saying it now. That this government has breached its responsibility to decent people in this country. This government has clearly demonstrated a comfort with the criminal element. All the evidence is there. All the evidence is there, and I'm not going to go back to any peace program. I'm not going to go back to that. Because the public heard last night that this government was paying certain individuals $8,000 a month. Without regard to what they were doing with the $8,000. And I'm not going to bring the rumors on the street in here. This is a place of parliamentary discourse. But when I say that this government has given comfort to certain elements, this government must give account for the presence of a certain individual on these premises on a state occasion. Must I be afraid to say that? Am I exposing myself to danger simply for telling the truth? And this is a truth known to the public, that a certain individual who displays himself across this landscape in ways that are not exemplary was on these premises, presumably by invitation. I did not see any police officers intercept him and ask him what was his business. And that is one instance that makes the public uncomfortable. And the public wants the question answered. The public wants no, I'm not going to say who is the individual, but the public wants the question answered. And the public wants to know the details of a Good Friday turned into a Bad Friday. The public wants to know how that Good Friday turned bad has been resolved. The public wants to know what is the state of the relationship between public officials and members of a certain element. Must I be afraid to ask that question? Must I be derelict in my duty and fail to ask that question? Must I now take the position other than that? Well, let me say positively. The public is entitled to ask the question as to whether certain relationships compromise national security. The public is entitled to ask if the police service is unhappy. The public is entitled to ask if the police service is unhappy with relationships. The public is entitled to ask whether we are on the road to the creation of garrison communities. And I'm not talking about the garrison Savannah, which this government is about to desecrate as an area of cultural heritage. I'll come to that. No, I'll come to that elsewhere, Your Honor. Elsewhere, not beyond this place. Keep him quiet. Tighten your seatbelt, son. I understand how turbulence treats people who are not comfortable. All you got to do is put on a seatbelt. These are questions being asked by the public, and they are legitimate questions. Is this government complicit in the creation of garrison communities in this country and threatening free and fair elections? And if you threaten free and fair elections, you become a threat to democracy. And that is why the theme remains, show me a democracy and I will show you a tyranny in the making. And that is why there is so much discomfort in this country. The people are uncomfortable because those relationships are not clearly defined for the sake of people's psychological comfort. People once knew, felt, and believed that certain individuals would never have access to the state and to state agencies. And permit the repetition even now that the peace program is clear evidence of a relationship between the state, a relationship that has been given legitimacy by the state, a negotiation between the state and certain elements that undermine peace and order in this country. The government must now be called upon to resolve issues of that relationship. And I call upon this government, in all seriousness, for the sake of peace and order in this country, to remove itself, to extricate itself from relationships in which the state is now in negotiation with those elements. In other words, let the police service be a police service. Let the police service protect the citizens of this country. Let the police service serve the citizens of this country. Let the police service reassure the citizens of this country. But the police service now sits in an awkward position that the police service cannot be sure how it must discharge its functions. And this is, look, I am talking now about the very foundations of this society. When a police service becomes reluctant, not because they're derelict in their duty, but they wonder if they bring offense to power. Because ultimately, that is what even a democracy is about. The exercise of power. But in a democracy, that power must be validly and legitimately and constitutionally exercised. And that is why I've told the Attorney General here today that the existence of a constitution of a specific nature is vital to the security of this country, the safety of this country, the psychological comfort of the citizens of this country. These are not pretty words. These are harsh realities. That the absence of a Republican constitution bears grave consequences for peace and security in this country. That powers of officials of state are ill-defined. Nobody knows who has what power, and everybody now feels that one person has the power. And that is where we are. And every public institution stands at risk. Not many people will articulate it, but they feel it. They feel the overwhelming presence of unlawful power in their lives. They feel that they cannot complain about anything. And they see one man in this parliament meeting the fiercest resistance to the simplest questions. That is evidence. That is evidence of a government that is likely to abuse its power. That is evidence of a government that does not recognize the limits of political and legal power. That every simple question that is asked, every simple statement that is made, is seen as a statement in hostility to the government's comfort. And while the government remains comfortable, the people out there are uncomfortable because they too believe that their rights and interests and entitlements are at risk in the face of a tyrannical government, a government that does not respect constitutional rule, a government that respects only its own power. And that, as I said before and I say again, worthy of repetition, might is right and all that is right is might. And as long as you have might, you don't worry about justice. Justice becomes irrelevant. Propriety becomes irrelevant. And all the constitutional and political values become abandoned. And it is only might that becomes right. The only virtue in this country is the possession of political power. The law does not matter. The Constitution does not matter. Decency does not matter. None of those things matter in the face of a tyrannical government. A government which has started to believe its own myth. This is a jurisprudential discussion. We are discussing the law. A government that has begun to believe its own myth, the myth of its infallibility, the myth that no citizen has the right to challenge this government. And what is the basis of that feeling? Is it that figure called 30 love? Well, it is no longer 30 love. And that has been obvious since last February. And my endurance is not intended to attract sympathy towards myself. If I needed sympathy, I would not have been here. I would not have been here. I repeat, I am alone, but I'm not lonely. And I challenge any member of this government to go into the public domain and ask the public how they now feel about this government in this tyranny that used to be a democracy. There is a groundswell. There is a groundswell of discontent with the manner in which this government has begun to function. This government is functioning without regard to the rights of people in this country, the legal rights and the political rights, because if I had political rights, I would be able to come here and ask questions and make statements in silence, unless the question is answered according to the wishes of the people. Resistance. Resistance. All the people are meeting in this country is governmental resistance. Maybe there are some among you who do not have that philosophical bent, but all of you become complicit. All of them become complicit, Your Honor, if there's no one prepared to whisper for change. Do what you must do, government. Do what you must do, but bring a new constitution to this country so that rights are clearly established and delineated, so that the rights of the state, according to the rule of law, do not become excessive. Because even the state, as powerful as it is, under the rule of law, must have its rights and its powers limited. That is what the rule of law is about. That the government is not entitled to exercise unlimited power. Even the government is subject to the rule of law. Even the government is subject to the Constitution. We live in a country now in which the Constitution means nothing. In which a learned Attorney General says, a Republican Constitution, whether it comes or not, is neither here nor there. Because power ranks in priority over constitutional rule, and that's the point. And that is the source of public discomfort in this country. That there's no accountability. And accountability is a duty exercised under a constitution. Transparency must be exercised under a constitution. I am giving a speech as to the importance of constitutional rule, not governmental rule, not the rule of the party, not the paramountcy of the party that has decided to paint every recreational space in this country red, so that the party ranks with priority, ranks as paramount over the state. The national state colors are not red. And when you impose and inflict the color red on every public space, you are telling the public of Barbados that the party ranks paramount over the state. That is what you're doing. And that is the offense being brought to liberty in this country, to freedom in this country, if you wish. That is why there's that groundswell of resistance to all that the government is doing. That is why a constitution is important. We are in no man's land. That is what I posit today. We are constitutionally in no man's land. I am asking and now insisting that this learned Attorney General should take this country into certain constitutional waters. That the present situation is untenable, and to dismiss it as if it were the idle wind which he respects not brings offense to freedom and justice in this country. And there are examples of it. Whole Town is one. The treatment of the people in Whole Town who are protesting is evidence of the government's position that might must always be right. And that in spite of the protests, government has done something, it is done, and the people who protest down there are being told, live with it. And the people in the East Coast are being told, live with it. And as I said before, and I'll say again, they're coming to Oistins. The government is coming to Oistins in relation to that civic center. And we don't mind them coming to Oistins. But the displacement that they threaten on the other side of the road will be resisted. And as I speak today, it is being resisted. But I don't bring private litigation into public spaces. I don't. But tell the Whole Town protesters that Whole Town is not the last great stand against this government. This government is coming down the coastline. This government is going for that historic area called the Garrison. And the government has clearly indicated its plans and its intentions when it has placed a massive block of concrete on an underwater stream that waters many Barbadians. Yes, it is sitting atop an underwater stream. And the people of this country have no right to protest. The people of this country have no right to let their voices be heard in defiance of state power. They have no right. They have no right to say that that building should not have been there. They have no right to defend heritage in this country. They have no right to say that the Garrison is a treasured asset of this country and that it must not be desecrated by a government that will not have its powers limited by a constitution. That is how this government disposes itself in relation to the rights of the weak citizens of this country. That you are disadvantaged for your weakness and given advantage only because you have political power. That is where we are in this country. That is where we are. Your Honor, permit me to move to another. Your Honor, there's a document describes itself as a date. I am not going to be deterred, sir. A date of display of notice, March the 6th, 2025. It says that the name of the applicant, well, look, this is coming from me, sir. And I'm going to speak in plain language. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith, and I remain faithful to simple language. The Barbados Agricultural Credit Trust Limited has made an application to subdivide certain lands for agricultural purposes, and they've applied for a change. You don't worry. Vineyard plantation is one of the richest areas of soil in this country. Beg your pardon? Well, since I'm not hearing him, I will not respond to him. If I hear you, I will respond. I am going to share certain information with the people of this country in relation to where we are with agriculture. In relation to where we are with agriculture. Vineyard. Can you imagine an entity called the Barbados Agricultural Credit Trust? The Barbados Agricultural Credit Trust. The two operative words, if you wish to emphasize the point, agricultural and trust. How can you trust a corporation which calls itself an agricultural entity, and that same entity is seeking to desecrate agricultural lands? How can you trust? How can you trust it? How can the people of Barbados trust it? And that is Vineyard Plantation in St. Philip. And the people of Barbados need to hear these things. And not only is it Vineyard Plantation in St. Philip, but it is Barnwell Farms in St. Thomas. Given permission to subdivide. And this is despite the fact that there are entities willing to invest in the farm to restore it. There are entities willing to invest in Barnwell and St. Thomas. Come, let us reason together. Thank you very much. And I will accept the help on behalf of the people. And if this minister shows the kind of maturity that he presently shows, this exercise will be all the more worthy. Thank you, sir. And consider these questions within my right to ask. And I ask this Minister of Agriculture to give account for the change of use from agriculture in relation to those fertile lands at Searles. And this is not to bring offense to the investors, Coverley. The people of Barbados must know, Dratts Hall, come let us reason together. Carmichael's, Poolan, Bullens Agricultural Station,
I remember I told you
I'm not complaining.
not to listen or answer
I am not
to them.
complaining, sir. Why do you think I'm
I
complaining?
just told you that.
I am
long before.
engaging the maturity
Right.
of
All I said to you,
the Honourable
speak
Minister of
to
Agriculture.
the chair. That's what I said to you before. That's what I'm saying to you.
I find no fault in him at this present moment. But I have listed a number of agricultural spaces that are being surrendered to concrete. And the public must know. The public must know what is the destiny of our precious agricultural lands under this government. And I have listed acres and acres of agricultural land in the face of a government that claims that it is interested in food security. I thank you for your maturity. And I thank you for your engagement through you, sir, Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Permit me, Searles, Coverley, Dratts Hall, Carmichael's, Poolan, and Bullens Agricultural Station. And while we're at it, the Honourable Minister may wish to tell the people of this country what has happened to the medicinal marijuana project. Last year we came to this place and discovered by way of questions, that the government had told the people of this country that I think it had spent either $15 or $17 million on an industry that is stillborn. It has a CEO, must have a secretary, I suppose, a watchman, people who are doing nothing. And the public has so far spent in excess of $20 million on an industry that is going nowhere. So that when the people of this country say that this government is mismanaging public funds, they're right. They are right. An honourable member, through you, sir, for Christchurch South, the question will be asked and must be asked.
Philip South.
St. Philip South. I'm not tired though. The honourable member for Christchurch South is asking the honourable member for St. Philip South. Let them tighten their seatbelts. Let them tighten their seatbelts. The honourable member for St. Philip South must tell the people of this country if there were lands reserved for the growth of marijuana towards the production of medicinal marijuana, whether those lands have now been abandoned in relation to that purpose, and whether there's an application to convert those lands into building as clear evidence of the abandonment of the project in medicinal marijuana. In short, what has happened $20 million plus later to the medicinal marijuana project? What has happened to it? And is the medicinal marijuana project becoming another project in building, another project in concrete? And if so, will it be low-income housing, as this government likes to claim, an invalid claim, or will it be high-end housing? But when the admission is made, we expect that it will be made with honesty. Thank you. And let us move quickly then to this final issue of the black belly sheep that were snatched from Barbadians. Now, we were told at various times in this parliament, when we asked, but what is this project about? And the minister came to this parliament and said, look, we are sending them to Guyana to have them slaughtered there and have the carcasses sent back to Barbados. A very costly exercise. It did not make financial sense. That we have an abattoir here, I assume, a slaughtering house here, I assume, and we took up over close to 1,000 sheep, sent them to Guyana, and a member of parliament in Guyana came here and said she's never seen them. I know Guyana is a large country, but somebody must have seen them. And last year we were told that a certain gentleman, a consultant, another consultant, high-paid consultant, was sent to Guyana to count the sheep. Now, there must be a lot of sheep because he hasn't come back with his calculation. And this Honourable Minister of Agriculture has been unable to tell the people of this country what that project is about. You know, the government must give account. You know, it is a public, this is public office. This is not private office. The government is not occupying office by entitlement. The government is occupying office at the will of the people. And the government must account to the people. And if 900 black-belly sheep were sent to Guyana, paid for with public funds, the public is entitled to know. But what we do know is this, that the project has come to an end. Yes, Your Honor. We are told that they're no longer sending any sheep to Guyana. Whether they're alive or dead, no more sheep will be sent to Guyana. look, they picked up $600, this government, and paid the people for each sheep. Now, let us look at values. What has the $600 done for the owner of that stock? What has it done? The sheep would have been of more medium to long-term benefit to the owner, to the farmer. $600 in the supermarket can't buy much. So the money gone and the sheep gone too. And the project has gone as well. And we don't want to live on the rumor that the sheep were taken to Guyana, stood up in the waters of Guyana, suffered from rotted hooves, and died. Control him. Fasten your seatbelt, my friend. The turbulence is that great. Control him, sir.
I remember you
Control him.
I remember I can't help you. You
Control-
were speaking.
I don't want any help.
You
He
continue to
wants
speak.
the help.
No, sir.
He
I
wants
remember
the
you
help. I
continue
don't
to
want any
speak.
help, sir.
I remember you continue to entertain. You all remember for
Not
in
entertaining
Philip
them.
South, sir?
I am asking questions. And I want to ask the question of the Honourable Minister. It used to be a joke for the Honourable Member for Christchurch. He said it used to be a large joke until the Honourable Member discovered that it was a project between two countries that stalled. And for this country, it has been an expensive project. It has been a loss to the patrimony of this country. The loss, and not the loss, the export of highly valued patrimony to Guyana. So those are the questions for the Honourable Member for St. Philip South. Simple questions, simple answers. Nothing further on that. The Honourable Minister, oh dear, that Honourable Minister is absent because that Honourable Minister is not a member of this chamber, of this body. But certainly in relation to the Ministry of Industry, I think innovation and technology they call it, let us, the people of Barbados, send a message to that ministry that there is a piece of legislation called the Public Procurement Act. And the Public Procurement Act seeks to protect public funds. And if a ministry is going to be awarding a contract in the amounts of millions of dollars, it must be sent out to tender. You can't take up $7, $8, or $9 million without tender. That is the law of Barbados. And we ask the question, did that ministry offend the Public Procurement Act when it awarded a large contract in the sum of millions of dollars to an entity without advertisement for tender? Simple question. I'm not going to get the answer. We know what has happened in recent times in relation to that ministry. And all we would ask this government, having collective responsibility for the acts of that ministry, what is and has been the extent of the cybersecurity breaches? The people in this country are not told. They have not been told. We live in an ocean of information that is vital to our survival. Bank accounts, all kinds of vital statistics. In the old days, it was kept in a ledger. Today, it is in something called cyberspace. And that cyberspace has been compromised. And this government has not had the openness, the transparency through that ministry to tell the people what has been the extent of the cybersecurity breaches which affected even this parliament. Which affected even this parliament. So it is not an occasion for smugness. These are questions that the people of Barbados want answered. I move quickly. In another place, I pay tribute to a fighter called Ms. Patricia Mapp, who died a few hours ago. And I know that the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central will join in these commiserations. And she was a member of the Fisher Folk who fought with us. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central said in here that $7 million had been paid to the Fisher Folk community as government's contribution to their loss of income, their loss of a livelihood. And this international community of which we are part, a few days ago celebrated International Women's Day. And this government came to a settlement in which it paid boat owners, most of whom are men, and fishermen, I think all of whom are men, up to $9,000 in assistance, financial assistance. And this government, for some strange reason, this government that claims that it champions the rights of women, have decided that the fisherfolk, the vendors, most of whom are women, must only receive $1,500 as a one-off payment. And the men have received $1,500 in 6 installments. That's $9,000. And I ask the simple question, why? Why is this government discriminating against the vendors, most of whom are women, in a program of assistance? Why? And I'm confident that this minister will have the compassion and the maturity to answer those questions as seriously as they're asked. Because I have a right to ask. The fisherfolk community can't come in here. And I have consented to ask those questions in here. And I want to tell, through you, sir, the Honourable Minister, that in spite of the unequal payments made as between those men and those women, there is solidarity among them. That the men have not abandoned the women because they have received preferential treatment. That the men remain sympathetic with the vendors, with the women who have received only $1,500. And we resist the practice of the government in giving them unequal treatment. And one of the fighters in that battle for the just treatment of the fisherfolk was Miss Patricia Mapp. And we condole with her family, with her children. And this place is not too lofty a place to pay tribute to Miss Patricia Mapp, formerly of Bayfield in St. Philip, who has had a long association with the fishing industry. And I seize this occasion to condole with her children, Gloria, Melissa, Sheldine, and Jason, at the loss of their mother, only at the age of 61 years old. She came to every meeting of protests, planned protests, that we carried against the government. And the government relented, not by my effort, but by the joint effort of a collective called the Fisherfolk Community of Barbados. They came from far, Oistins and Bridgetown, vendors, fishermen and boat owners joined in that struggle to receive assistance and indeed to force assistance from the government. And today I pay tribute to Miss Patricia Mapp, a fighter for justice for the fisher folk. And I will only repeat in tribute to her the words of Maya Angelou. Out of the huts of history's shame I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain I rise. I'm a black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I rise. I rise. I rise. Rest in peace, Patricia Mapp, and rise in glory. In Patricia's memory, we will continue to fight for equal treatment for the women, some of whom received a mere $1,500, some received nothing. The men got $9,000. And I know that these words fall on the compassionate ears of the Honourable Minister that is responsible for the blue economy. Perhaps if it were not he, I would have remained silent on this. And so I must remain confident that this Honourable Minister will bring justice to those for whom Ms. Mapp fought, and those who remain behind, and those who continue to suffer deprivation of a small amount of money, except that they're not rich people. And $9,000 is a lot of money to some of us, and to others it is not a lot of money. And whether it is a small amount or a large amount, in this case, the move from 1,500 to 9,000 will constitute justice, and the fisher folk community of this country, all they're asking for. They're not asking for political favor. They're not asking for any favor of any kind. They're asking for equal treatment among all of them. I rest the case for the fisher folk community. We promised that we would fight that battle until it ends. It has not ended. And if this minister regards us as nuisances, we do not believe that we are nuisances. That is a fight that is justified. Your Honor, please permit me a few minutes yet to look at sport in this country. I have accused this government of not giving serious or fair treatment to sport. And I've heard the Honourable Minister, the member for St. John, speak quite impressively as to all of the programs that exist within his ministry. Lots of programs dedicated to blocks, and that is noble. But I want to urge the Honourable Minister of Sport not to look outside of that at-risk community, but to continue to embrace that at-risk community, but to include in the ministry's mandate a dedication, a devotion to professional sport. I know how the minister feels, and I know what the minister wants to achieve. I know, we know. And we know that the presence of the at-risk community is a threat to all of us in this country. But perhaps I need to go above the Honourable Minister and ask the entire government to dedicate a ministry or some part of a ministry to sport as a professional endeavor. Maybe this government is not aware that sport is one of the world's biggest industries. Maybe this government is not aware. And if this government were so aware, this government would not have abandoned the Barbados Defence Force sports program. And at the estimates, I pay tribute to young Tino Bess as one of the success stories of that sports program, Tino has played cricket at the very highest level, and he's done so successfully. He has not been the best of West Indian fast bowlers, but he has revealed the best of character. He has revealed the best of sporting determination. He has revealed the best of professionalism, which was inculcated in him during his time at that Barbados Defence Force sports program. And there are others waiting to receive similar service, but this government does not take sport seriously as a professional endeavor. And I am asking this government and I'm asking this minister to transfigure the sports project into a professional project, while not bringing disadvantage to the at-risk community. Indeed, members of that at-risk community may even graduate into the professional program because they have talents too, except that they are debilitated by other influences in their lives. And we would encourage this minister to pay some attention to professional sport. We want to encourage this minister to take a look at the proposed national youth policy. This government has promised a lot. And there was a national youth policy completed in 2022, and the public is yet to hear what has happened to that national youth policy. As I said, I listened to the minister during the estimates, and I was quite impressed at the number of programs. My concern is as to the quantity of success. How successful has this ministry really been in relation to elevating young people out of stations of adversity? How successful has been the ministry? We don't know. We really do not know. And it is fine to advertise the programs, but give us some results. The Prime Minister's Cup has yielded nothing except a dispute over money. A lot of them, we are told, have not yet been paid. A lot of them were paid a paltry sum. That is not professional sports. There's room for the development of professional sport in this country. And when this government, and if this government listens to the voice of Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong, who must now be a leading authority in sports development in this country, who can make a contribution to sports in this country at the highest level, if the government should listen to voices like that, the government would avoid the mistakes of a Prime Minister's Cup. And hours after the Prime Minister's Cup ended, there was no change, there was no societal change. There was nothing achieved by that event except a dispute. So we asked the government to develop an industry for professional sport, but that is unlikely to happen soon because this minister must bring a report card to the nation as to the National Stadium, which stood there from 1970 until a few years ago. And how can we seriously talk about sports and athletics in this country when we do not have a national stadium? And how can we seriously talk about the development of sport when this government promised the communities of this country that it was building mini stadia? And the facility at Parish Land in Christchurch stands as testimony to the government's failure. It looks as if a bomb has been dropped there. The people of Parish Land now have no recreational area. It is littered by limestone, rocks, grit. It is a disgrace upon that landscape, but that disgrace reflects the disgrace that exists across Barbados. Not one mini stadium has been built. And I said before during the estimates, and it is worthy of repetition here, that you cannot refer to a facility as a mini stadium or a stadium of any kind unless it has a running track. It doesn't have to go 400 meters. It could be 60 meters, as is done on the professional circuit. But it gives the little 10 and 12 and 13 and 15-year-old boy and girl an opportunity to exploit and explore his talents when he or she comes home from school and runs on a track 50 meters. The community is not asking for any, as I said, 400 meters track of 8 lanes. And if the space is there for 400 meters, 2 lanes. 2 little boys can race against each other, 2 little girls can race against each other. But we do not have anything that comes close to a mini stadium in this country. The erection of a fence does not define the recreational area as a stadium. Again, this government is displaying contempt towards the aspirations and the hopes of young athletes in this country when it insults them with what presently exists in this country. Recreational facilities with a fence. And the fence has caused those areas to lose their organic relationship with the community in which they exist. I've said this before. Not during this debate, not during this speech, but I've said it before. And sporting activity has not been augmented for the presence of those facilities. And it slipped from the mouth of the Honourable Member for St. James Central within the estimates debate, when he confirmed what I had been saying for a long time, that the real motive behind the construction of the fences, was to transform those areas into areas for paid entertainment. And that is wrong. That is wrong. He said, the Honourable Member said at the time, look, fence in the places and give a fella a chance to make $1. No. That is not a noble purpose. That is disrespectful to the community. And St. Catherine's Ground will not continue to be St. Catherine's Ground as we have known it for the presence of a fence. The Gall Hill facility will not continue to be the Gall Hill facility for the presence of a fence, except if you want to keep the ball in, but as the Honourable Minister said, he wants to keep out the rats. I'm glad I evoked his smile and laughter. And we are capable of that from time to time. But I think I've said enough on sport. I think I've criticized this government on its sporting program enough. And Honourable Minister, through you, sir, the public wants a report card as to the success of these mini stadia. We say that they have not been successful. I remember during the estimates debate asking the Honourable Minister if crime has affected sport, and the Honourable Minister gave an answer which was political but not correct. The Honourable Minister took the view that crime has not affected sport. I do not know why the Honourable Minister would have taken that position, but everybody in Barbados knows that crime has affected sport. And not only violent crime, but engagement in crime. And the Honourable Minister can drive home and drive through most of the districts that have the NSC, National Sports Council facilities, 4 to 6 on any evening. And I tell the Honourable Member for St. John and Minister of Sport that there is an obvious reduction of numbers on the sporting facilities in this country. And it is related to crime. It is related to a general social malaise that has descended on this country. And it is not the fault of the Honourable Member for St. John. It may be a wider governmental problem. It may be related to this government's propensity to foster entertainment at the expense of civil life, that everything now is a fact. And that may be the problem. I will come finally and very briefly to the Ministry of Empowerment and Elder Affairs. And it is good that I come to that ministry immediately having discoursed on the Ministry of Sport, because there's a connection between crime, I think, and the decline of sports. I've said that. And it now so happens that the Ministry of Empowerment and Elder Affairs has now had added to its portfolio the area of crime prevention. Now, I challenge that. I challenge the propriety of that. You really cannot be catering to little old ladies while also catering to peace programs. There's something very contradictory about that. On a Monday, you're talking to old ladies, and on Tuesday, you're with the other element. But I believe it is a short-term measure. Perhaps it has been done as a temporary expedient until some other person is drafted in to share those responsibilities. But the public will be very disappointed if I do not repeat this event in which an entity has continued to benefit from the public purse. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South understands my mandate. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael South understands that it is within my mandate to continue to question this. And I questioned it in 2024, and I continue to question it in 2025. Because in 2024, the public heard that an entity that is supposed to be concerning itself with the homeless received $500,000. We are not aware that any proposal was presented to the ministry outlining the costs. And if a proposal was presented to the ministry, it must be by some happy coincidence that the exact figure of $500,000 goes to the entity. And we asked the Honourable Minister during the estimates debate if an audit was done. In his candor, he admitted that no audit had been completed. I questioned whether one had been commenced. But if we accept that there is an audit and that it has not been completed, we question the propriety of paying a second tranche of $500,000 to the same entity without a completed audit as to the expenditure of the first $500,000 exact. Through you, sir, I say to the Honourable Minister, that ought not to happen. $500,000 of the taxpayers' money ought not to be paid for a second time to a project that has not been the subject of a proper audit. And I am not shy about saying this. It must be said. I have not come here to safeguard the secrets of any relationship, of any political relationship. But I have the right to tell the people of this country that there's possible commingling of funds, which may well include that $500,000 subvention given to that entity. I have the right to say that. And I have the right to say that it is within my certain knowledge that the person who heads the entity has political ambition in St. Michael, and that he has canvassed in St. Michael. I won't say which district. I don't want to identify the persons that should not vote for him. But he has been canvassing. He has been carrying a political campaign in St. Michael. And in another St. Michael district, Honourable Member, through you, sir, the gentleman was distributing hampers at Christmas in a St. Michael district not unfamiliar to the honourable member for St. Michael South. Not unfamiliar. I choose my language very carefully. You're a writer of poetry and you understand the subtleties of language. And that the gentleman was up there distributing largesse. An honourable member for St. Michael South, this is not a charge made against you. This is not a charge made against the honourable member for St. Michael South. Because it is a recurring theme that the voice of Jacob is quite often accompanied by the hands of Esau. And maybe if the honourable member for St. Michael South had his way, and that way were based on the exercise of power which is denied him, he may well not have paid that $500,000. But the gentleman is the beneficiary of the taxpayers' money. And the gentleman has committed certain monies to a political campaign. And that is a corrupt practice. And I will not associate the honourable member for St. Michael South with that corrupt practice. Because when I began, I reminded this chamber and I reminded the people of this country that I will show them a democracy and I will also show them a tyranny in the making. And that it occurs to me that many of the acts committed within ministries are committed by the hand of Esau. And there are many voices of Jacob stretching across this cabinet government. Many. I will not disparage any of the ministers by saying that they don't have any power. But the perception of the people in Barbados is that there are not many ministers who enjoy full ministerial power. And I heard the Honourable Minister for Sport say during the estimates debate that he is not giving $5,000 to any sport entity and he's not giving that in cash. He would buy balls for the clubs. And my recommendation to the members of this cabinet is that this cabinet should get some of those balls from the clubs. That's my simple recommendation. If the Minister of Sport is distributing balls to clubs, please ask the clubs to hand back some to the ministers. And so, Your Honor, I come to the point where I express once again gratitude to my party, the Democratic Labour Party, for giving me the privilege, the opportunity to come to this place and speak in a representative capacity for that great institution founded by Right Honourable Errol Walton Barrow. And as Right Honourable Errol Walton Barrow did over the years on the eve, on the cusp of an election, whenever they call it. Whenever they call it and whenever they have the courage to call it. We presented proposals yesterday in relation to education and health. Today we add to those proposals. And the Democratic Labour Party in government would propose a lowering of VAT on food. The Democratic Labour Party in government would seek to establish a policy relationship with the Barbados Light and Power Company in which the endeavor would be that of lowering the price of electricity in this country. And I said yesterday that one of the successes of policy has been the lowering of telephone rates, and that the Barbados Light and Power must not be treated as a sacred cow on this commercial space, on this commercial landscape. And if the Barbados Labour Party government is afraid of the Barbados Light and Power, or if the Barbados Labour Party government is in an unwholesome relationship with Barbados Light and Power, which deprives it of the opportunity to bargain as an equal partner, one of politics, the other of commerce, if there is an unwillingness to negotiate and to bargain with the Barbados Light and Power in the interest of the consumers of this country, then the Barbados Labour Party government has forfeited its position, its status as being representative of the people, of the interests of the people of this country who are suffering. Industry is suffering from high electricity rates. It is untenable, honourable members of this government, through you, sir. Electricity rates are driving inflation in this country. And one of the ways to tackle inflation in this country is not to tackle with hostility the Barbados Light and Power, but to enter into a relationship with Barbados Light and Power in which it must recognize its corporate responsibility to the people of this country. And the people of this country believe, based on the evidence, that electricity rates are too high. Where stands the government? A Democratic Labour Party government will seek to ensure that electricity rates in this country reduce. And if it must reduce in relation to renewable energy, it must reduce. And if it must reduce in relation to the use of fossil fuels, it must reduce. And I noticed that the government has extended the magic date from 2030 to 2035. Not surprising. These incremental adjustments to government policy. But I return to the proposal that a Democratic Labour Party government will and must attend to the issue of high electricity rates, and that it will engage the Barbados Light and Power Company in mature discussion. The Democratic Labour Party government would propose to reverse the housing trusts on agricultural lands. That is destructive of this country. That the housing trust is presently destructive of the topography of this country. Does this government understand that a lot of these housing projects are contributing to mini climate activity? Does this government understand that? And that a new Democratic Labour Party government would refocus the housing trust back into the traditional communities. You can drive through any community. I drive through Bayland on mornings. Much dilapidation, many empty lots. The housing trust can find its beginnings within the local established lived-in communities. And you do not necessarily have to be desecrated precious agricultural lands for a housing trust. It is madness. It has reached the stage of madness when this government finds itself desecrating our agricultural resource for the sake of cement, when this government ought to do an audit into the established lived-in communities and begin the housing trust there, and to employ local labor, local contractors to build in according to designs that respect heritage. This country could look so beautiful if the housing trust is rationally implemented in this country. Vespera Gardens is a blot on the landscape of this country, and I say that with apology to those who have been forced in to the houses there. A Democratic Labour Party government would establish a sports academy for professional athletes in all disciplines. Why has this government seen it fit to dismantle or to destroy or to suspend the Barbados Defense Force sports program. Again, that defeats the aspirations, the legitimate aspirations of athletes in this country. The absence of the national stadium is one thing, and then you exacerbate the problem by suspending the Barbados Defense Force sports program. And a Democratic Labour Party government would attend to that and fix that and re-establish that sports program in association with a larger sports academy, so that young athletes in this country, when a person discovers his athletic potential in knapsack, he knows that at some point in time, he will find himself in a structured and highly disciplined environment in which athletics, his athletic prowess, would be taken seriously, and that he could become a Usain Bolt in Barbados, and that sports, athletics, would be placed within the mainstream of education in this country. That a student will not be celebrated just as a little boy who can run fast, but that talent becomes within the mainstream of his education, reshaping education. That's why we said yesterday that the attention to education should not be preoccupied with structures, but that a government needs to pay attention to the curriculum. And a new Democratic Labour Party government would pay attention to the curriculum as early as primary school, and most definitely within the secondary schools. And sports and athletics would be placed on the curriculum as a serious human endeavor. This country needs a new cultural policy. Definitely needs a new cultural policy. And arts in this country are now defined by bacchanalian expression. There's a place for that, and there's a time for that. To everything there's a season, a time for everything under the heaven. Ecclesiastes 3:1. But this is not a sermon. We need a new cultural policy that genuinely redirects state participation in entertainment and the arts. Most people have a perception of the National Cultural Foundation that it has become a place that promotes bacchanal. That is the perception. Importantly, on a Democratic Labour Party government's agenda would be serious attention to the police force, police service, and in modernizing the police service. The police service is presently weighted under by its colonial structure, and attention needs to be paid urgently to two aspects of the police service. This country must not proceed into a future in which salaries paid to police officers remain as modest as they are. I will not disclose the numbers, but police officers in this country are woefully underpaid. And a former Prime Minister said that police officers are not special, and I disagree with him even now. Police officers are special, and police officers should be better paid in this country for the quality of contribution that they make to the social order. And the Democratic Labour Party government would propose to increase salaries paid to police officers. And I said it goes beyond salaries. Promotion. Promotion within the Barbados Police Service is subject to personal favor, an inheritance of a colonial regime. If a fellow likes you, he promotes you, and if he doesn't like you, in spite of merit, you're not promoted. Promotion ought to be guaranteed, as the Public Service Act seeks to guarantee promotion. The police officers in this country must be under a new system, under a Republican constitution, as opposed to the values of a Westminster Constitution must be guaranteed or must enjoy prospects, favorable prospects for promotion. And a Democratic Labour Party government would attend urgently to the question of the terms and conditions of service of our police officers, certainly in terms of salary, certainly in terms of the rights and prospects for reasonable promotional ambitions. A new Republican Constitution would be attended to, since the learned Attorney General has told us that he cannot put a date on a new Republican Constitution. Certainly, he is not even putting it within the view, the periscopic view of this government. And not only would the Democratic Labour Party attend to a new Republican Constitution, but a Democratic Labour Party government would attend to a new Republican Constitution embracing local government. The time has come to broaden down representative powers genuinely to the people. And the people for too long have been at the mercy of executive government. Too long. And permit me to say this, sir. When I was chairman of that Commission on Local Governance, as opposed to government, we held some very successful town hall meetings, and many Barbadians held one in St. Lucie as well at the Darrell Jordan School. Excellent meeting. Perhaps the best was in West Terrace, at the West Terrace School, and retired civil servants came out and offered their service as potential members within a local government. And the time has come, as I said, to broaden down those powers to citizens within their local communities to deal with matters of utilities. Finishing now. Deal with matters of utilities, matters that really operate at community level. But a new constitution must and would take seriously the issue of local government. We articulated matters of reform for the health system yesterday, and I would not repeat those, but for the sake of the legal system, I have worked in the legal system. I'm in my 41st year in the legal system, and I am well familiar with how the legal system works and what are the impediments against the proper working of the legal system. Therefore, a new Democratic Labour Party government would consider a public defender's office. It is not the reinvention of the wheel. A public defender's office would be an office of government established incorporating lawyers at the private bar, and persons who are charged with criminal offenses would be guaranteed representation within that public defender's office. Right now we have the problem of the accused coming to the court and saying, my lawyer is in another court. Or sometimes the lawyer comes and says, well, on this day I can't do the case because I'm elsewhere. And there's a lot of backlog, there's a lot of delay within the system because individual lawyers, it is impossible to be in two places at the same time. So that while you have a Department of Public Prosecutions, I think they probably have about 13 lawyers now, the Director of Public Prosecutions Office prosecutes, a public defender's office would defend. And that office would be populated by persons who work in private practice. There are persons in private practice now who do a lot of cases on a legal aid basis, through the system of legal aid. In other words, the government pays them. But that has not solved the problem. There needs to be a more formal structure in which a public defender's office is made available to the criminal courts so that the delays within the system can be attended to. A new Democratic Labour Party government would attend to that. Certainly in terms of tourism, we note that a lot of concessions are generously given within the tourism sector. And you know, we stereotype establishments according to their social prestige. And a lot of tourists come to this country and go into the establishments which do not enjoy that social prestige. I'm talking about the rum shops and the village communities. And a lot of them come on Saturdays and they're looking for a cricket ground, a lot of the English tourists, because the countryside of Barbados reminds them of the countryside of England. And why has not governments in the past given similar concession to those local establishments, shops, rum shops we call them? The English call it the local. And just as we incentivize and generously incentivize the construction and the retention of villas, a tourism industry, a tourism ministry needs to find itself paying some attention to these local establishments, these rum shops, and consider the grant of concessions to the persons who operate those premises, which our tourists find very attractive. They don't find them attractive for their architecture. They find them attractive because of the social and human ferment. They find great comfort in association, in intercourse, social intercourse with the persons in these local establishments. Have we considered ever giving concession to these establishments? They're citizens too. And they're equal citizens. So I am not any longer going to ask this government to do it. It may be too late. And a Democratic Labour Party government will certainly include that on its manifesto agenda. Let the public hear. I have stopped talking to the Ministry of Tourism in relation to these proposals. We are speaking to the public in relation to our proposals as a new government. There are greater details. There are other proposals. But those are the proposals that we are prepared to present today for an inquiring public, for a public that is entitled to inquire. And we believe and hope that we have met the interest and the demand of the public to say how we would be a government that is different. How we would be a government that is different. And we believe that the issue of crime is too critical to be ignored any longer. And I say to this country that a new Democratic Labour Party government would establish an entirely different relationship with the criminal element, and that the Barbados Police Service would work equally in tandem with the government for the suppression, for the arrest, literally and figuratively, of crime in this country, that there will be no liaison, no unwholesome liaison between the state, between the government, and the criminal element. That will not be the business of a Democratic Labour Party government. Let the public understand that the lines of demarcation between the criminal element and the Democratic Labour Party government will never become blurred, and that our partner in the fight against crime will be the Barbados Police Service as a domestic body, and to a lesser extent, and when so needed, the Barbados Defence Force. Let that be the appeal that we make to this public. And let this public understand that we intend to present an extremely creative manifesto for consideration by the public of this country, by the voting public of this country. And when I say the voting public of this country, I'm not talking about imported labor from the East. I am talking about those persons who qualify under the Constitution and under the statute law to exercise their right to vote. No one will come through the back door posing as a laborer while intending to exercise that franchise called the vote. Your Honor, you have been extremely kind and gracious in the conduct as Speaker of this Assembly, presiding over this body. I give assurance again to the people of this country that I honor and respect my duty as leader of the opposition. I respect the standards of this Parliament. I do not consider this Parliament a place for debate other than debate that is constructive and objective, that my commentary is objective political commentary, that my commentary is never constituted of the kind that can be described as comprising personal attacks on anyone. This is too great an honor to waste on personal assault. This is not the place. This is not the place. Your Honor, I respect this place too highly to sacrifice my duty to anything other than the highest of standards. I want to thank you very much for the time that you've given me. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have been treated to theater of the worst kind, and I was tempted to call the teacher I had at secondary school, because while he prepared me for literature and arts, he did not suggest to me that it could decay in the way that I've seen it decay. As I listened, the passage came to me: why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? It's a verse from Psalm chapter 2. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? But you know, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, as he began, said, when we can't understand what is happening, we create a myth, a false belief, a false idea. When we do not understand what is happening, we create a myth. The Honourable Member for Christchurch South has spent about 9 hours attempting to create for the people of this country a myth, almost like a spider's web, and then try to attach all kinds of dirt to it. My experience has been that dirt of the volume that was demonstrated doesn't really, a spider's web can't support it. And so there's an inherent challenge with trying to do what the Honourable Member for Christchurch South was trying to do over the last many hours. But you know, the people of Barbados, one or two people have commented that they were forced to listen to a presentation that spoke a lot about Errol Walton Barrow, the late Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow. And they were forced to do it watching 2 letters on the screen, KC. And somebody said, but wasn't it the Right Excellent Errol Barrow who said he wouldn't be caught loitering on the steps of the Colonial Office past closing time? There is an inherent contradiction, Mr. Speaker, an inherent contradiction in a presentation that speaks to liberation from colonial ties, but holds so tightly to what is supposed to be counsel to the king. But I don't know if the Honourable Member is the leader of His Majesty's Loyal opposition. But, Mr. Speaker, just alert those who indicated that they're confused by the KC that Barbados is no republic, has been for a few years, and those who are the inheritors of the Right Excellent National Hero are proud to use senior counsel. But I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, that after 9 hours, probably 10 hours, of not connecting substantially with I want to say substantially, because there was some gnawing at the edges, of the budget presentation. Mr. Speaker, I am not using the word rat, and the same way that you were protecting the leader of the opposition, I want to protect me. I am not using the word rat. There was some gnawing at the edges. But to spend so much time and not connect with the substance of the budgetary presentation, not connect with the philosophy underlying the budgetary presentation, to use the opportunity, to attempt to use the opportunity to do something that one far greater did in the past. I remember as a youngster, not yet able to vote, listening to a response from the late Richard Haynes, Dr. Richard Haynes, who connected with a budget and who also was able to make some presentations on his party's behalf. We have seen a deterioration in the contribution of the opposition to the business and to the debate of this honorable chamber. A noticeable deterioration. But we will proceed. This government, Mr. Speaker, has some experience in cleaning up sewage. We spent about a year doing that on the South Coast. We actually did it right on the border of the constituency of the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. And so we are capable of cleaning up the messes that the Democratic Labour Party creates. Because the public should remember that it was a former candidate for the Democratic Labour Party working for the Democratic Labour Party government who alerted the Democratic Labour Party that there was a problem with the sewage system. A party that cares nothing about people or infrastructure allowed the dismantling of the sewage system so that we had to witness, a proud Barbadian people had to witness in this country sewage flowing on the streets. The Honourable Member for St. James Central uses a word that my dad used to use. I feel a little bit uncomfortable using it, but my dad used to say jobby. I still don't feel comfortable using it. But let me just say sewage on the streets of this country, next door to the constituency of the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. In those days, Mr. Speaker, in those days, that Honourable Member, the leader of the opposition, disliked that, lambasted the Democratic Labour Party for allowing sewage to be flowing on the streets in his more enlightened days. In his more enlightened days. People are asking you things all through these debates. And there are those who are wondering about this newfound attraction to stability. And they are reflecting on the fact that was this the same person organization now talking about the Right Excellent Era Walton Barrow, who, when some people tried to honor him, and we're not getting into how they did it and the process, you know, the people in the Democratic Labour Party who tried to honor Era Walton Barrow are now ex-members, kicked out. They tried to honor the national hero, the one that a former prime minister of this Barbados Labour Party erected a statue for. The people in that party who tried to honor the good gentleman, they have kicked out of the party. They didn't even put them in purgatory. They sent them straight to hell. This newfound attraction to stability, kicking people out of a party, changing locks on doors at a party headquarters, this newfound love for stability, stopping people, and this is the one that really hurts me the most. When, I don't even know how to say this, Mr. Speaker, how do you stop people from attending a religious service? How do you close doors? How do you shut gates? How do you put police officers outside of a place of worship? How do you do that? What possesses you to keep people from singing the songs of Zion, the songs of Moses and the Lamb? Police officers. And then you have the gall to come into this place and talk about stability and tyranny. Tyranny? With police stopping you from going in church. Because once the place is consecrated, it becomes church. The church is not the structure that was built only for that purpose. And anybody with a diploma in theology should have known that. It was really, I would almost say, the height of despicable behavior. But if I use the word height along with that behavior, I think I elevate it. Oxymoron. It took bad behavior to new depths. To new depths. This matter of tyranny is an interesting one. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, used as his example the phrase, "Give me the vote and watch me." I thought that to be very curious. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, was on the platform agreeing with the slogan that was the party's slogan enunciated by its leader, by our leader, the Honourable Prime Minister. He was agreeing with that, "Give me the vote and watch me." But you know that the people in Christchurch South are now wondering what happened to that slogan. They give him the vote and they watch him jump ship. But Mr. Speaker, that was not what the Prime Minister meant. That is not what the 30 of us meant. We did not mean give us the vote and watch us betray your confidence. That is not what we meant. When we said give me the vote and watch me, we meant give me the vote and watch how we manage a country. So that, Mr. Speaker, when I think about how the heathen rage and the people imagine the vain thing, is that happening because there were no new income taxes? Is that rage and that imagining a vain thing because there was no increase in land tax? Is it because there was no increase in corporation tax? Mr. Speaker, is that rage and that imagining a vain thing, because there have been 14 consecutive quarters of growth in this country. And Mr. Speaker, on the matter of growth, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South introduced a concept yesterday that I have not heard before. I heard mention of inflationary growth. Now, I want to give a little bit of advice. I don't think it's going to be taken, but I'm going to give it anyhow. I sat at the feet of a gentleman when I was studying economics at KFL campus of the University of the West Indies. The former honourable member who I referred to earlier, who gave a budget reply and also gave alternative proposals in 1986, took advice from that goodly gentleman. That gentleman still has connections, even though he's now passed, with the party. I would advise the Honourable Member for Christchurch South to speak to his friend who is a relative and maybe get hold of one of the books. This matter of growth of 4%, Mr. Speaker, is real growth. And when an economist says real growth, an economist is, and I'm not an economist, so I'm speaking, but I'm saying what an economist would say to you. Real growth is when nominal growth is adjusted for inflation. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that you know, because you have been exposed to much study in economics. But I know it is not in your place to correct an honourable member when he or she is on a fool's errand. So that when the Central Bank of Barbados, a respected institution in this country, says that growth, real growth is 4%, then we understand that real growth has already taken into account this matter of inflation. And so attempting to say to the people of this country, because he does not fool anybody in this chamber, but attempting to mislead the people of this country not to accept the information given by the Central Bank of Barbados is not a nice thing to do. It is uncharitable, it is misleading, attempting to mislead the people of this country. I say to the people of Barbados, be careful with people who trifle with the truth in an attempt to get your vote or to get your support. This is not the place where you twist facts. You know, that same honourable member, that same honourable member used the phrase lies, damn lies, and statistics. I thought that he was speaking about what maybe somebody else said. I did not realize at the time, and some of my colleagues still think that I'm a little bit politically naive, and they may be right. But I did not realize that when he said lies, damn lies, and statistics, that he was setting up a framework for his presentation. I did not realize that, Mr. Speaker, and I plead naivety in this place when it comes to political matters. But why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? Is it because we have 31 weeks of foreign exchange rather than the 6 weeks that the Democratic Labour Party left us in 2018? Is that why he is so upset that we have 31 weeks of foreign exchange, foreign reserves, and we were left with 6 weeks? Is he so upset to rage and imagine a vain thing because unemployment is at 7.1 100%? Is that why he is so upset? Is it because the honourable member for Christchurch East Central spoke to 6 hotel sites under construction at this time? Mr. Speaker, when the Honourable Prime Minister said, "Give me the vote and watch me," this is what she was talking about. This is what she was talking about. Economic activity, foreign reserves growing, economic growth, real economic growth, unemployment falling. Give me the vote and watch me. This is what we were talking about. Mr. Speaker, why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? Is it because we have had the audacity to buy buses and to buy garbage trucks? Is it because we got rid of the sewage flowing on the streets? Is this what makes him and them, the honourable member and them, so angry? Is it because we're repairing roads that the Democratic Labour Party neglected for 10 long years? 10 long, hard, painful years? Is this why they are raging? Is it because, Mr. Speaker, we established for the first time in Barbados' history a national minimum wage? Is it because imagining some connection with the labor movement that the Democratic Labour Party is now apologizing to the labor movement for spending 10 years and not implementing a national minimum wage? Is this why the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? Could it be, Mr. Speaker, could it possibly be that we had the gumption to restart the payment of tuition fees for the young people of this country? Is this why the Democratic Labour Party is raging and imagining this vain thing? We recognize, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member did in his presentation, the children of rich people will always be able to go to university. The Democratic Labour Party, in an attempt to destroy the legacy of Errol Walton Barrow, right excellent, stop poor people from being able to send their children to the University of the West Indies. I had constituents, and I remember one lady almost crying in Boscobel, telling me that she made a decision that she would drop out so she could pull together whatever money she had to allow her daughter to remain in university because of the Democratic Labour Party. And they have the gall to come in here and talk about the education revolution. What they did not tell you is that in a revolution, there are people who are victors and people who are victims. They did not tell you that in their 10 years, they made the poor people of this country victim. What was supposed to have been a revolution was almost a bloodbath. The young people of this country, born no fault of theirs, but in humble circumstances, had to drop out of university in this country because of the Democratic Labour Party. Is that why the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? Is it because we have determined that people with disabilities should now be the recipients of non-contributory grants? Do they have anything against people with autism? with advanced multiple sclerosis? Do they have something against people who have Down syndrome? What is the challenge? Why are they so angry when we provide non-contributory grants to people with disabilities? But Mr. Speaker, these achievements are what we promised to Barbadians when we said, give me the vote and watch me. Mr. Speaker, I am still not sure why the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing. Part of the answer is when we cannot understand what is happening, we create a myth, a false idea, a false belief. But Mr. Speaker, could that rage be because we have given back the reverse tax credits that the Democratic Labour Party, a party that says it is for the people, it is for poor people, a party that took away the reverse tax credits from most of the Barbadians who were deserving of it, we came into office and restored it. Is that why they are so angry? That we've restored the reverse tax credit? Are they angry that on top of that, we implemented a compensatory income credit to give back to people just above that initial band an amount, once the cash flow of the country allowed, an amount that would be the equivalent, estimated equivalent of what they would have paid in VAT? Is that why the heathen rage? Is that why the Democratic Labour Party is so upset about the Barbados Labour Party and the budget presented by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central? Could that be the reason? Or could it be that since coming to office, we have raised the non-contributory pension for old people in this country? We have raised the contributory pension for old people in this country. Is that why they are so angry? Is that why, Mr. Speaker, the heathen rage? Is it because after 8.5 years of no increase in public officers' salary, 8.5 to 9 years, no increase, the Barbados Labour Party in just over 6 years has given multiple increases to the hard-working public officers of this country? Is that why the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? Or is it, Mr. Speaker, because we stopped the practice of what is called adversarial financing? You know that the Democratic Labour Party used to go, and I'm going to use some village language. They used to go to businesses in Barbados and trust things and refuse to pay. That is called adversarial financing. It is like standing up in the dark, someplace in Bridgetown on a side street, and sticking up somebody and tell them, hand over what you got, and go along with it. It is criminal, Mr. Speaker. But that is what the Democratic Labour Party did. And we came into office, and we determined that that is not good governance. We said, give me the vote and watch me. And rather than what the Honourable Member refers to as tyranny, we said, we are going to loose the shackles. We are going to pay you what the locusts ate. The locusts called the Democratic Labour Party, marauding and destroying everything in Barbados. The Bible talks about restoring what the locusts destroyed. That is what the Barbados Labour Party did. The tyranny that the honourable member speaks about, a myth. But Mr. Speaker, when somebody tells you what they are all about, you should believe them. He started by saying, when we cannot understand what is happening, we create a myth, a false idea, a false belief. We should have accepted that the honourable member was going to go down that road. Mr. Speaker, why does the honourable member rage? Why does he imagine a vain thing? Is it because the debt to GDP ratio is falling? Is it because the debt to GDP ratio is falling? Mr. Speaker, when we came to office, the debt to GDP ratio was 178.9%. Enough percent. Now, let me go back a little bit to show something. In 1994, that ratio was 66.6%. I am advised that at the end of 2007, it was at 75%. There was a governmental change in 1994. There was one in 2008, right at the beginning of 2008. The move between 1994 and 2007 was from 66 to 75. Between 2008 and 2018, it goes from 75 to past 175. Past 175, 178.9. Mr. Speaker, it is now at 103. The debt to GDP ratio is at 103%, down from 100, almost 179. 101% and falling. The people of Barbados need to know that when this government and when the honourable member for St. Michael Northeast said to the people in 2018, give me the vote and watch me, what we intended to deliver and what we have delivered to this people is not tyranny, is a relief from the tyranny of the Democratic Labour Party. That is what we ask the people to give confidence in us to do. The honourable member for Christchurch South, you know, I said that the myth, I liken the myth to spider's web. And I said that what apparently was intended was to throw all the mud possible at this spider's web. But a spider's web is not able to hold a lot of mud. It will hold a little bit of dust. It can't hold mud. The honourable member for Christchurch South said in here last evening that the government of which I'm a part could be likened to bank robbers. Could be likened to bank robbers. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I feel a little bit annoyed is because when you use terms like that, people who may not have heard all of the discussion begin to get worried. And I've had a question already today from a constituent about the term bank robbers. I came to this honourable chamber with the understanding that it was a place where debate would be tough, robust, no quarter asked, no quarter given. I spent some time in my youthful days debating, facing the Honourable Member for St. James Central. So I had a little bit of an idea of what tough, robust debate was all about. But debate was always truthful, and the debate was always a debate where ideas contended. I did not intend to be part of a system where the contention was mud. Attempting to say to the people of Barbados that the government is engaged in something that could be likened to bank robbery is disingenuous, to put it as nicely as I can. My constituents would not expect me to use any other word, but it is disingenuous. It is almost like sewage. It is dirty. It is really dirty. We live and operate under a piece of legislation, Chapter 93, unclaimed and undistributed monies. Now, Mr. Speaker, we didn't invent this piece of legislation. This is Chapter 93. When you look at it, the year is 1891. 1891, Mr. Speaker, I did not say 1991. I said 1891. A piece of legislation that every government has followed since 1891. So even before the uprising of 1937, even before universal adult suffrage of 1951, even before independence of 1966, we, the country, followed this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, every year in Barbados, there are publications where there are lists in the newspaper that say these funds are unclaimed. Mr. Speaker, if you are like me, you go through the list, it is in fine print. And I go through the list just in case there was some $20 or $30 that I forgot I had somewhere. And Mr. Speaker, a lot of Barbadians go through the list. That list is published before the funds are transferred to the central bank. And sometime after the funds are transferred to the central bank, if they're still not claimed, the funds are sent to the Treasury. They are put in the consolidated fund of this country. That makes those funds available for use. Now, Mr. Speaker, life is interesting. What the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central attempted to do, did, under the provisions of the law, what he did was to segregate some funds for resilience purposes. But when I tell you that life is interesting, this is what I mean. In the very early 1990s, when the Democratic Labour Party was in office, when hard times hit, and Mr. Speaker, hard times hit because of the folly of the Democratic Labour Party, pitching to the country some nice ideas that almost knock out our foreign reserves and put us in trouble right at the beginning of the 1990s. But the Prime Minister of Barbados at the time, the Minister of Finance of Barbados at the time, removed some guardrails from around some of those funds. And I remember very clearly, Because at that time, I was a student of economics and we watched what was going on. He removed these funds that were segregated and he put everything into the consolidated fund. He did it so that government could take up the money and spend it wherever they wished. When we say, give me the vote and watch me, we're not talking about tyranny. We are talking about good governance. And so what the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central said to the country on Monday evening, and what we are saying as a government to the country now, is that we take resilience seriously. We take the building of capacity seriously. And what we intend to do is to ring-fence some of those funds so that they can only be used for the purpose of building the resilience of the people of this country. That is what our people deserve. That is what we mean when we say, give me the vote and watch me. The tyranny of unshackling a people from the Democratic Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, there are a whole number of things to say. I can't say all because I'm conscious of the time. But you know, this matter of truth and the misleading or the attempt to mislead the country is always a challenge for me. Those who know me know that I said I've come into this place only with my reputation, and I intend to leave with my reputation. I am a member of the Public Accounts Committee of this country. I have been a member of the Public Accounts Committee of this country since early June 2018. Mr. Speaker, I have missed very few meetings of the Public Accounts Committee. I say through you to the country that the members of the Public Accounts Committee from the Barbados Labour Party side, from the government side, have never stopped the Public Accounts Committee from meeting. We have turned up to every meeting of the Public Accounts Committee. Life, like I said, is funny. Because when the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the now Prime Minister, when she was chair of the Public Accounts Committee, the Democratic Labour Party members, Mr. Speaker, did not show up to meetings of the Public Accounts Committee. Did not show up. Did not show up. The Honourable Member for Christchurch South has the gall to come to this place, a place that we call an honourable chamber, and say to the people of this country that people like me, who show up whenever he calls meetings, as a matter of fact, there was a point in time, Mr. Speaker, where he was calling meetings almost every week. And we showed up, even though we are the government, and many of us are ministers with heavy responsibilities. We showed up. But I want to say to the people of Barbados that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, is like a spoilt child. He has not called any meetings recently because he is upset that he cannot have his way. And you know what the way is? There's an agenda for the Public Accounts Committee. Work is ongoing in the Public Accounts Committee. And he wants, hot and sweaty, to say, well, we're done with that, we want to deal with this only. And we've said simply to the chair, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, we are halfway through a number of these things. We need to complete these, and then we'll go on to those that you have put on the agenda. That is what the Public Accounts Committee is guilty of. We are guilty of wanting to complete the work that we have started. We are guilty of saying respectfully to the chair, let us complete our work. Let us move on to the next item on the agenda. That is how any responsible committee works. That is what we are guilty of. We have not and have never refused to attend meetings. This is not the Democratic Labour Party. We don't operate that way. We face things and we sort them out. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that there was an item on the agenda of Parliament to get rid of the Public Accounts Committee? Do you remember that? It wasn't the Barbados Labour Party, a party that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South has accused of tyranny. The Democratic Labour Party, because it could not, well, they refused to attend meetings, and then brought a motion to this House to repeal the Public Accounts Committee Act. They wanted to get rid of the Public Accounts Committee, refused to attend meetings, and then had the gall to come to this honorable chamber to get rid of an entity that is to act as checks and balances for the expenditure of public funds. They have the gall. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you sit for so long, sometimes you wonder if the blood is flowing. I shook my feet. I went out to the bathroom a couple of times. I drank water. But the tenor and the content was the same. I was not in La La Land. And I am wondering what was the intention of the honorable member when he got up at about 20 after 3 yesterday to speak. But he told us what he was about. When we cannot understand what is happening, we create a myth, a false idea, a false belief. Mr. Speaker, I knew that he could not understand what was happening when he talked about inflationary growth. But I didn't realize that he didn't understand what was happening on a whole lot of other things. Now, this honorable chamber was treated to a budget that I considered a human-centered presentation, a human-centered budget, a people-centered budget on Monday. I just want to mention a few things. A few things that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South refused to allow himself to connect with. Preferring rather to throw dirt, which is a real issue for me, and also throwing around a lot of myths that have been busted, including the myth of the Barbados Labour Party being somehow in cahoots with the business community. Let me say something to you, Mr. Speaker, and I say this parenthetically because I didn't really plan to speak to this. We came here with a labor clauses concessions bill. A bill that was intended, it is now an act, but then a bill that was intended to say to the businesses of this country that if you are benefiting from concessions, you have to treat your people at a certain level. Do you know that the only contrary view expressed in this honorable chamber was from the honorable member for Christchurch South? And then to have the gall to say, or to suggest that we are somehow in cahoots with the business community in this country. But let me say something, Mr. Speaker. In the budget presentation, the matter of deposit insurance for credit unions, I am not certain if we understand what this really means. I consider credit unions to be the people's organizations. Credit unions were born out of cooperative societies. Credit unions are where the ordinary people, and I don't necessarily like that term, but where regular people put their money. The budget presentation on Monday has now indicated that just like commercial banks, the credit unions, deposits in credit unions will be covered by deposit insurance. That is a people-centered approach to governance. That is what this Barbados Labour Party is about. Increasing the tax-free allowances for union dues, our commitment to freedom of association, not tyranny, our commitment to collective bargaining, our commitment not to tyranny, but to allowing workers to get together, to argue even against government, because unions have to negotiate government as well. Non-taxable allowances for meals for hotel workers, credits for discolored water. And let me say here, Mr. Speaker, to the residents of a part of Six Mains, I hear you, and I say to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, it is not just St. Lucie and Boscobel, but there's a part of Six Mains that is also fed by the Allendale, the reservoir over there, the well. And so Six Mains, Mr. Speaker, through you to the Honourable Member, that has to be added.
Honourable Member, you need to wind up.
I will wind up.
Or wind down rather than wind up.
No, I can
If I
wind
tell wind up, you can speak for 15 more minutes.
Yeah,
I mean wind down.
Yeah, I hear you, Mr. Speaker, but I want to wind up to say that the matter of the minimum wage is what I have to touch before I say. What was announced on Monday, and I need to say this for clarity, because I think it was clear, but when you do not understand and you try to create a myth, you mislead people. The Minimum Wage Board, as we speak, is meeting and discussing a paper that will see an increase in the national minimum wage. This is not to do with the 2%. That's from 2026. In this year, before we reach the middle of the year, there will be an increase in the national minimum wage. So that the myth flying around that we are moving only 2% is exactly what I've said, a myth. The Minimum Wage Board is in discussion. It is a tripartite board. Workers, businesses, employers, and government representatives, and they are right now discussing a proposal for the increase of the minimum wage from the current $8.50 general and the sectoral $9.25. That increase will come into effect this calendar year. What the Honourable Member spoke to, he did speak to that. He did speak to that. He didn't go into that detail, but he did say that there was going to be an increase. But we spoke previously to indexing. And what the 2% referred to was an attempt at indexation. The Minimum Wage Board is also looking after the increase at the indexation matter and will be conferring with the Ministry of Finance on that matter. I conclude, Mr. Speaker, just to say, because I think I have to respond to this, to say that we are in the process of reconstituting the Employment Rights Tribunal. We are, as a government and as a party, we've grown up understanding that we face our issues and we fix them. We are reconstituting the Employment Rights Tribunal. The tenure ran out at the end of 2024. We are awaiting at this point the nominations from one of the social partners. Once we have those that we expect they have committed, we expect to have those in the next week or so. Once we have those persons, we will go to cabinet and the tribunal will be reconstituted. And so we'll be able to move forward. But I have to say that we have done a lot of work more, and I will come back to this honorable chamber with the actual numbers, a lot more in the years since we came into office than was done in the years before we came to office since the tribunal was established. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by giving my 100% support to the budgetary presentation given by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central on behalf of a government that has said to this people, to Barbadians generally, give me the vote and watch me. We have seen on Monday a people-centered, human-centered budgetary presentation, one that connected with the people, one that empowers people, one that the people of this country are already recognizing, in spite of the mud, is one that has their interests at heart, one that seeks to empower them. The people of this country have sent a message to say that electioneering is fine, but you cannot do it on the back of lies, dirt, and innuendo. The people rejected it twice before. A few who have spoken to have said to me in their discussions with others that they're going to reject it again. Mr. Speaker, this Barbados Labour Party is the party of the people, of the broad masses of the people. This is the authentic Labour Party, not just in Barbados, but maybe across the Caribbean. We remain committed to the people of this country. We remain committed to the workers of this country. And we pledge that this and succeeding budgetary proposals will demonstrate our commitment to lifting our people and allowing them to realize the dreams that they have for themselves and for their dependents. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Here. Here. Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that we suspend for a lunch break until 5 to 3.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until 2:55 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended until 2:55 p.m.